follows. Because what we're going to do is we're going to jump into our current save, and you're probably thinking, you know what is a new version? You're probably doing some nice casual, relaxing play, learning the new mechanics. That's probably the correct decision. That's not what I'm doing. So what we did is we said, hey, what are the population settings? Crank those suckers all the way to the roof. You know, helicopter, yeah, just keep bringing it back again and again. Come on, who cares, man? You can do this every 10 days or so, that's fine. Needless to say, sweaty tryhard settings and all that good stuff. We've been doing relatively well. This is our, our third attempt at doing the 16 times pop. The first one died because I've been going to part of the map I don't know, the new part, which has been a lot of fun, not knowing. And if my volume scene's off, it seemed like a lot of my product Zomboid settings got reset today or something. Such as, like, I don't need to see the starter guide anymore. But, so this is like our third attempt. The first one, because I don't know the map on this part, because it's new, my audio is still not right. That's probably fine. So there'll be some tinkering of that. But, we just got out of a tropical storm yesterday, which is what we were working on. I mean, we weren't working on a tropical storm. I was working on fencing in my sheep, because maintaining your weight is pretty hard in this version right now. A lot of the traditional resources for it are not quite working the way they should be. It's just balance stuff. It's not like, oh, how dare they broke it. It's just like, oh, they changed something with the way food works, and it's had side effects kind of things. But yeah, so we have been living out here. We are on 16 times pop. We are by Echo Creek and all that. And if we look at the map, like, Echo Creek is kind of here-ish. We spawned right there. And then we went over here, and we were just kind of looking for a place where I could get water. I had a previous attempt that there's a cultist compound up here that we lived for a good long time. I think that was our best attempt so far. We got to 2 months and some change on the new version. And I went to check this shed out, or whatever, on the previous one, and this place was completely overrun. I was like, oh, well, let's not go there. That's awful. And this run, there was no one here, so we live here now. Let's say, without spoiling anything, just aware some super secluded points also with a heat map, like downtown West Point, inside a single building. Without spoiling anything, just be aware that some super secluded and awesome point of interest have heat map like downtown West Point. Oh, yeah. No, they definitely, the devs definitely changed a lot of our... Oh, wait a second. Okay, never mind, I misclicked. I was about to be like, wait a second, did we get like a sneaky patch? Yeah, my UI is all wrong and everything. This is deeply upsetting. Let's see. That'll have to do. It's fine. We'll live with it. I just like to try and keep the font big enough so people can actually see what's going on. No, this is definitely wrong. What happened that all of this stuff got? Because this should scale to the font size. Where is our font size just straight up? Yes, like my aim outline got turned off. And it's just been this stream that we ran into it. Like, I've been doing this for a while. So I'm looking for it somewhere here that we have just like the regular font size, but doesn't seem to be changing. Yeah, we got the large font size, we got these, we got those set to large. It might be one of those, oh, here we go, let's try 26. Let's go a little larger. Because I do try to be considerate of stuff like mobile users and all that. It doesn't look like it's actually changing. Huh. Because that's supposed to scale with font size. We just cranked that up. And all that stuff. Let me try real fast. Just rebooting the game. Because something ain't right. Because it's not the end of the world. If we have to deal with it, we have to deal with it. But, like, when I booted up the game today before stream, instead of pulling up at full screen, it pulled up in this tiny little window that was like 1020 by whatever. I'm like, oh, hang on, wait, no. And it looks like it just lost a ton of my settings, which is a real bummer, because that's the first time I've had that happen in the many years I've been playing. So something got messed up. Okay, we may have gone too far with that font size. Let's double check, make sure our resolution is right. Let's see, most negative, Build Pro 2, cars drain. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, there is a bug that's pretty bad, that all the stuff that has, like, draining, like a, you know, a charge or whatever to them are draining when they're not supposed to. That is a bug. Oh yeah, we went too far. We flew too close to the sun. Hopefully now it'll actually let me change this in here, because I know that works. So let's try that 26 again. Alright, I guess we're doing this. So sorry about this, everybody. Something got messed up with my settings, and I'm trying to get it back, so I want the fonts to be big enough so that whether you're watching on your tablet or your phone or your desktop, you can actually see it, because, you know, you have your full screen, and then it's a screen inside your screen, and then you have to read the text. So if it's not big enough, it'll think. You might actually put all the speed to fast shamblers because you're annoyed by the slow ones. Oh yeah, no, it's the same thing. Is I put mine all to fast shamblers. I couldn't take it anymore. Which it has been a conversation that a lot of people have been having in the community, is like what they want to do. That sounds like the devs might be on board with being like, maybe pinpoint goes away. Sorry. Maybe the range is a little bit narrow. We don't know exactly what they'll do. But yeah, no, it is a bug that things are draining, because like the idea is like right now, because of it, if you want to save the batteries for like your flashlight and all that, leave them in a radio and put the radio on your shelf. And then only take the battery out of the radio when you're ready to use it. There we go, that's about right. I think that's slightly smaller than I had it before, but you know what, that's fine. I actually am not positive on that one or the other. Yeah, so it looks like all my tooltips got reset or something. Yeah, it's close enough that it's fine. But yeah, so where we were at, we just got out of a tropical storm. We are probably about due for a helicopter. So we have the helicopter set to sometimes, which does mean it can show as frequently as every 10 days. Where do we take that helicopter? It's way out here somewhere. Yeah, and I don't have any race. Well, actually, do I have any racer now? No. So we had it on the 17th. So we can't have a helicopter today, but I can have a helicopter as soon as tomorrow, and then anytime after that until it occurs. We don't really know for a fact what the outside range on it is. And one thing I'd like to do is something I haven't done in our last couple attempts, is I feel like we're starting to already get the thing situated for maintaining our weight. For those who don't know, right now, because of the changes to fishing where you need a fishing pole, gaining weight off of fishing is better and worse depending on how you look at it. It's harder to get started, but once you get started, it's absurd amounts of hunger and weight you can get from it. But for like a really challenging runs like this one, you'll see me not go to town very often, because there's not just a quick pop in to check on town. At 16 times pop, it is a protracted multiple month-long campaign to go to town. So, if we decide to go to town, it is a meticulous and gradual process. But what we're going to work on... Oh, did I not drop off the cloth? Oh, I got a bunch of crap in my pocket. 1 second. I didn't drop off all my stone and everything from the other day, because I wrapped up stream pretty quickly. So, I need to drop off these rags and a bunch of the other junk. The log cabin was already there, which is why the door is missing. This log cabin, for whatever reason, just doesn't have a door on it, and we are nowhere near skilled enough to build a door. But the one thing that so, like, the last attempt on Ling, we did die, and that was because we were on our 4th or 5th helicopter, and the helicopter itself went fine. But what did go wrong was zombies ended up being brought by our base during all the chaos. And I got back when it was super duper late in the evening. And my base is kind of tucked in the woods a little bit because I've been just, screwing around, trying a bunch of different locations, that kind of thing. And then because of that, I was trying to fight them in like pitch black and didn't really work out so well, is the way I will phrase it. It wasn't the best. What are you seeing? There's a guitar case? Okay. But didn't really work out too well for me. Got bit during it because I couldn't even see what was trying to attack me and everything, and you can get how that ended, considering I already said how it ended. Alright, so we'll keep the rope on us in case we see more sheep or anything I want to drag home. So guitar case is empty. It's also really heavy. Oh, that still shows? No, it doesn't. What? Whatever. Not gonna worry about it. We're wasting time. Alright, so let's go ahead, before we get too far, put the radio in our hand. And anachronism. Alright, so we're gonna check the radio. Yeah, no, very genuinely, I don't think we're gonna see any updates from Indie Stone until after New Year's. Because my understanding is they basically went on vacation so they get a proper, like, Christmas vacation. Because they were making an update literally, like, the day before of Christmas. They dropped the last update. So, they haven't even had enough time for that. But yeah, so we'll have those. But yeah, no, the draining thing's a pretty bad bug. Alright, nothing worth noting on the weather or anything like that. There's a cabbage. Have you noticed if you find a whole bunch of survivor zombies in a row, the gear in them is amazing to trash after a couple? I have not noticed that because I have not seen more than like one or two in an entire run so far. They deserve the break? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And like, well, don't get me wrong, the bug with the batteries draining, all that's pretty awful. You can definitely play around it. The good news is almost all those things are renewable. They're just wildly inconvenient. You hope they don't nerf the wilderness knowledge? Stuff like the wilderness knowledge trait, realistically, if they adjust it, it might be like the point cost goes down, or just like one or two things. They're not particularly known for taking traits and professions and just being like, hey, here we go from orbit, welcome to the ground. Indie Stone does take, when it comes to nerfing, most of the time, it's fairly nuanced nerfing. Or they mechanically change something. So like you can argue they nerfed fishing, but that's because it completely changed how fishing works. Which they had said for literal years that they wanted to put fishing in line with foraging now, and that for those who don't know the way this used to work with early build 41 and build 40, the way foraging used to work is I would stand here, I would right click, and I think there was like a foraging option or whatever there. It'd bring up a little window, and you could choose to like, just like this when you had the drop down there. But you would just choose search, and it would have an abundance meter. And you would just search, and as time passed, the abundance meter would go down as you found stuff until it hit 0, and you just wouldn't move, you'd just stand there. And then you'd move like 10, 12 tiles away, you'd do it again. And it was not very entertaining. It was literally stand still and fast forward. Modders haven't already fixed the battery drain? Not that I've heard, but I haven't been looking at the mods at all. So, it can be totally fixed and sorted. It might also be completely broken. No idea. Yeah, no, that was, I've heard people were generally underwhelmed with the blacksmith profession, so far as, like, the actual you choose your profession to start. Blacksmithing itself, I've heard, is actually extremely powerful, but does take a lot of work to get going. That's actually one of the things that was a lead-in in the conversation that I got distracted from, was, oh, hey, well, like, speaking of distractions, we're now in the healthy weight range. I don't have a way to fix it when we get too low yet, but, you know, we're not overweight anymore, so that's kind of cool. But, I'm kind of feeling like on this one, I want to start setting some goals to get ourselves to be able to produce our own weapons that aren't absolute garbage. Because that's where we're at right now, is I could produce some pretty rubbish weapons. And that is going to mean I'm going to have to work on stuff like napping, carving, blacksmithing, that kind of stuff. Because it'd be interesting to see what we can do with that. For the moment, I'm going to keep pushing over towards this sheep farm. Because I'm probably going to need more than 2 sheep. Hey, let's grab that and toss on a body. That's actually another thing I don't like. Oh, hey. Give me that. That's actually another thing I don't like right now, is a lot of these axes and stuff. Like, when they break, the head pops off, and even though it's ruined and you can't use it, it just falls in the ground. I haven't checked to see if it's got that in, like, the cleanup. I'm honestly wondering if you could have it clean up just the mostly broken truck stuff. Alright, the volume's too loud in the sound effects. Let me adjust that. We got to do a little bit of this finagling. Let's take that down 2 ticks. With that, let's just assume the jump screen is going to be, oh my god, loud, and turn that down. Alright, let's get away from the bodies for a minute. Sit down and rest. It is a shame that on our other character, Ling, we had gotten everything squared away. Twitch is way louder than YouTube. I mean, you have volume meters on your browser for both of them. You can change it however you want. I'm literally putting the same feed into both of them. More than likely, if you just go to, like, the bottom left down there, you'll have your volume thing, you'll just need to adjust it. There's a good chance between the 2 platforms you just have it adjusted differently. You're finding very strange interaction with your traits and clothing right now. Apparently the improvised poncho has removed your fear of blood. Well, I believe the fear of blood is more like your clothes getting soaked by blood. So my guess is, like, the poncho has some resistance to getting soaked by blood or something like that. I mean, it makes sense, it's plastic. Which would be interesting. There's a lot of edge cases for stuff that's not working quite right, which is not surprised. You are indeed very, very bloody. I see. Understood. But there is a lot of stuff we're finding that isn't working exactly how we would really anticipate it. But yeah, so what I'm trying to do is just clean up the zombies in the surrounding area, especially towards this farm. Hi, one random zombie. You know, I'm pretty sure the poncho is considered like the outermost layer. Oh, we should probably rest for a minute. Let the strain go down a little bit, top off our stuff till at least the minor pain starts to drop off. But as you can probably see, we're just trying to work on chipping down the numbers and all that. It's also been a thing that I've been deliberately trying to forge. We'll need to see what all I've got to get together to start some of these professions like blacksmithing and get that going. I don't imagine any of them will require us to go to town. Oh yeah, no, armor's overrated. Like, very, very genuinely, one of the things that's usually new player advice is, you know, only, like, whatever you decide to wear, if you're hot, you wear less. If you're cold, you wear more. Don't worry about protection stats. Because protection, at your best case scenario, is an RNG, maybe, to get out of an injury that you know you got. But the low-key thing that a lot of people don't realize is as your character gets way too hot or way too cold, they start to get sleepy, they start to get tired faster, and that's more likely to get you hit in the first place than, you know, you to prevent an injury. I'm not saying if you happen to be able to, like, put on, you know, put on a jacket, like, that's suddenly bad or whatever. It's just, if you're overheating at all, you got too much on. It's one reason it's kind of a joke that, you know, you can tell when someone's really made it because they're doing the quote-unquote fashion Zoid, where they're dressing for aesthetics, not for protection or anything else like that. Because you come to realize trying to, like, min-max your protection is trying to save you from something you should never let happen in the first place. And I realize, like, oh, just don't get hit is kind of always a meme. But in Product Zomboid, it's like, no, but really, don't get hit.
Thank you, Crass, for subscribing for 31 months. 31 months. Rual, hyperade, Rual, hyperade, Rual, hyperade. Stir the pot, may you look. Rual, hyperade.
That's fantastic. And you did make me look. And thank you, Krask, for the tier 1 sub. That's 31 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really, really, really do appreciate that. Means a whole heck of a lot, and thank you so much for that. Oh, we're going to eat that cabbage before it goes. So thank you so much for that. You've been supporting the channel for a very long time. There's a lot of armor that's negative speed modifiers, which might get you in bad situations. Yeah, one thing to keep in mind is a lot of those negative speed modifiers aren't actually in effect. Like, the shoes saying they penalize your running, unless something changes with build 42, it doesn't actually do anything. It says it on the stats, but it's not, like, turned on, enabled, whatever you want to go. I don't believe they are, because also, when you're talking running, right now I'm not running. This is running. This is walking. So it only slow you in running. And if you're running a lot in Product Zomboid, that's, again, already another problem. Think of your endurance of how much you can get done in a day, and if you're trying to clear an area, and you're burning all that, you know, my ability to do stuff in a day, down, running around, as opposed to actually doing whatever you're trying to do, you're just kind of using your energy for something counter to your objective. Full spring cowboy boots is indeed not the same. Oh, gotcha. Well, that's good. Because that hasn't been turned on forever. Do you know when they actually kicked that in? It is also one of those things that I guess, like, unless you're playing sprinters, you should never be sprinting. Like, literally ever. To give you an idea, this is jogging. Cool, cool. You will see, like, a little bit of drain on my endurance. This is sprint. Actually, I can't sprint. I physically can't. I would show you, but full-on sprinting will literally put me from, you know, topped off to exerted in a matter of a couple of seconds, even at high fitness. Like, unless you got extremely high running skill. And then there's also weird interactions, like if you accidentally bump a wall while sprinting, you can actually face plant a wall and fall backwards. You can also, you have a high risk of tripping if you bump into things while sprinting. So, if you're playing with sprinters, sure, you gotta do what you gotta do. But outside of sprinters, I usually walk everywhere, and I tend to only jog when I'm trying to dodge being intercepted when I'm avoiding groups. Oh, you lasted a long time, Axe. That is what it is. Yep. And the reason we had that long frame hang is there is a bug that's been in the game for a while now. That when a zombie switches from being a regular zombie to a crawler, sometimes it just really, really hangs for a minute. It still surprises me that's still a bug. But to the point, I usually don't even have to pay attention if one of them's gone crawler. Just if I notice I get like a sudden frame skip of like 2 or 3 frames, like, oh, there's a crawler now. Cool, man. But yeah. So it's kind of one of those things, to me, the run speed penalty is utterly meaningless. Whether it's there or that, or not, like, if people are saying it's implemented, I'm going to assume it is. But, it's also one of those things, it's like, okay, but if this debuff is impacting you, there's already something that's not going right. Alright, so starting to see the zombies thinning out, going back up here. We still got our occasional groups. But there should be at least 3, 4, 5. You got no reason to go armorless? Yeah. Like, it's enough of a meme that some of us are running around where we'd wear, like, just the minimum required to not overheat, so you'd have a person running around with no shirt or anything on, just blue jeans, that kind of thing. It's one of the reasons that counterintuitively when you're doing stuff like cryogenic winter, well, sure, at the very beginning, getting that initial clothing just to not freeze to death is a whole big thing. It's the moment you get past that point where cold stops being that big of an issue, it's actually an easier game mode than normal, because then you can just really bundle up yourself into a bunch of equipment and give yourself a whole lot of more protection without the consequence. It also used to be a meme that a bunch of people stopped wearing pants in the game for a while. Because the meme was if you put on pants, your character gets bitten in the groin. It's just how it works. It's not really a thing. It's just, you know, you'd start to notice patterns in your run even if they weren't there. And that was one of the patterns that people started to notice. They're like, oh man, like it's every time I finally find myself some like good, proper like leather pants or something. And then I just die because my guy gets bit in the junk. Yeah, observation bias. Exactly. We had a friend of the channel and all that. It was a thing that did happen all the time to him. He just had like weirdly bad luck with it. Okay, so you're doing fine. Let's not grab you yet. Because we're gonna have to take it out this way and around. No, I don't. I could pick the sheep up, drop it on the other side of the fence, and walk away with it. Yeah, so let's kill a few of these, see if I can't clear up to steal one more of these troughs. The low psychological bias phenomena? Oh yeah, it gets pretty wild. Well, hopefully I can provide that distraction for you, and, you know, hopefully your day gets better and whatnot. Ooh, new magazine. I'll put that away. Said I'll put that away. Okay, we already broke all our weapons for now. Yeah, so I want to steal these troughs, because the more troughs we have, the more buffer I have that I can just ignore dealing with other animal stuff, and the better. Okay. Please fall over already. I'm gonna get absolutely grabbed because the stupid targeting priority of targeting zombie that is currently standing up is higher than zombie that's actively biting my ankle. There we go. And I will forever disagree with that priority. It has gotten me hurt before. It's not gotten me killed yet, but certainly had me get, like, a laceration before. Primrose is going to be a bit too good. Might have to make the game harder. Yeah. Well, that's part of the reason I went for, like, sweaty right from the start. With all my hours in the game, my fear would be if I did, like, you know, a pretty reasonable start run, like just popped into Apocalypse or whatever. For this, or just put my population up, like, 1 tick. My fear is I would just get bored really quick, because that's happened to me in runs past. Like, I know there was a point where everyone was ranting and raving about the one painful year challenge. Like, oh man, one painful year, it's such a good challenge, you should try it. And I kept looking at me like, nah man, that's literally easier than what I'm doing. Like, why would I do that challenge? And, you know, eventually I was like, alright, I'll do the challenge, it's fine. And I think we got about a 1 month into that run, I'm like, I am so bored. Is just objectively easier settings than I normally run. How much does the grass cuttings weigh? 1.7? I'm trying to get our weight down so I could just... well, I mean, this isn't backpack weight. I mean, that's... Take that out of there. Is that quite enough, or is my math bad? I think my math's bad. Nope. Alright, so let's get that other sheep. What is that challenge? The one painful year challenge, it's a bit of a complicated challenge. It's part of the reason I also didn't want to do it. It's just kind of one of those things that, like, there was just a lot of different components. But the main core of it is you play on, I believe it was either 6 or 8 times population. And you had to have perfect dark nights, which I didn't do, because that's terrible for viewing. What I did do, though, is they also had, you had to have the zombies smart enough to open doors and windows. But really the crux of it was you had to basically move bases every 4 months to a different city. So it wasn't just that you built a base, got yourself secured, and lived out a year. There was a big element that was like, okay, you know, deal with that. Alright, so let's go to you. I need to have the rope in my main inventory. But yeah, so the big thing was that was like, nights are dark, zombies were smart, and you were required to move every so often. Oh, I think it interrupted actually doing that. Okay, there is a rope, I just can't see it because it's too dark. But, so it really wasn't that bad of a challenge, ultimately. But it was basically just playing a fairly high pop challenge that required you to not just settle in one place. That was really the core of it. And that's, like, don't get me wrong, it's not like, oh, easy challenge, no big deal. It's just like, in the difficulty gauge, if we have, like, here's Apocalypse as a difficulty. You know, it's reasonably hard and all that, like when you're doing that. You know, here's Apocalypse. Then you go up and you do one painful year. And you can't use the wiki map. I mean, that's fine, whatever. Once you've played the game enough, that doesn't even matter. You know, then you have, like, one painful year. And then there's, like, what we're doing at the 16 times pop. And there is stuff like have infection, you know, disinfect and die and all of that kind of cranked up, like, super duper rare loot, like the mods that reduce it far. You got, like, that kind of stuff up higher. Like, here again, one painful year, I'd imagine, like, the road trip challenge would be just a little bit harder than that, which is where you had to go between a whole bunch of different locations and collect things or burn things down. People have different versions of that one. But yeah, so it's like, it's what I would consider like an intermediate level challenge. So it is a challenge run. So it is harder than a normal game. So it's not to say you're an intermediate player or something if you like to do that. It's just like, of the challenges, it's harder than like your normal CDDA challenge, but not like this giant thing. But for people less knowledgeable about the game, they hear the name like one painful year and like, oh man, this is so brutal, it's so intense, it's so thick, man, I would love to see you try it, I could never do something like that. And you're looking at it as like, I mean, the only setting harder than I do is the perfect Dark Nights, and I don't do that deliberately by decision because it's really boring to stare at a black screen as a viewer. I've messed with perfect Black Knights on the stream before. We did 1 or 2 runs with them, people were like, please don't run that anymore. And to that point, when the one painful year challenge, the last time it went around, that people got super hyped about it. A lot of people jumped in on it. And I kept having more and more viewers going in, and they're like, you're not doing the challenge, are you? I was like, no. And they're like, oh, thank God. Why is your bottle invisible? It's green. And I have a green screen. It's one of them sody pops. The fizzly sugar water. Been really good about it recently, and just today I was, you know, just at the store dealing with retail nonsense. I was like, you know what, I'm buying a soda. So we're bringing home another deer. And then I want to do a quick inventory of what is the bare minimum to start blacksmithing. Because I do kind of like the idea of starting... No, this is a sheep. You know, they go beep beep because they're a sheep. Not to be mistaken for a ram who goes bam bam, I'm a ram. What multiplayer servers do you recommend for beginners? I have no idea. Who is running any multiplayer anything in Project Zomboid right now? Just by the fact that right now, everyone has been kind of hyped on Build 42. So you're gonna have to look for someone doing Build 41 stuff. Which, there are people doing that. Actually, you know what? That's not true. Does anyone know if Undead Baron is running a server? He probably is. But Undead Baron's an absolutely fantastic content creator, friend of the channel and all that. He might be running a multiplayer server right now. His can get a little chaotic, but like in a fun way. You said bringing home a deer, so he wasn't sure if it was just an extra task. If I did, that wouldn't surprise me. What are you doing, sheep? When the sheep suddenly peeled back, I'm like, do you know where a zombie is? Because the animals will run away from a zombie even if they can't see it. It's just like a proximity thing. So weirdly, you can use the animals as kind of a, is there a zombie in the area? So like, in theory, you could take like your big perimeter area and just fill it with animals. Cheese always has one up, but it's currently set to 16 times pop. Yeah, no, Undead Baron won't have anything like that sweaty. Undead Baron does like to run pretty heavily modded, though. To be fair, though, so does Cheese. Like, a lot of times, Royale with Cheese's servers are pretty heavily modded, too. Not in a bad way. Like, it's still Project Zomboid, but stuff like having, you know, authentic Zs and, you know, with all the cool costumes and stuff. But if you're looking for a very vanilla experience, I don't know. I don't know what's out there right now. Most of the creators I know in the Project Zomboid space are doing Project Zomboid Build 42 stuff. Do you miss the 400 plus mod community server that got deleted due to admin drama? I am one of those people when it comes to, like, servers and modding. It's like, nah, man. Like, I'm down for a handful of, like, quality of life and, you know, managing the stuff, mods or whatever. I get it. Those make sense. But, like, I messed with Authentic Z's in a channel for a little while, and, you know, it's cool. But I never did any actual committed runs. It was kind of like we were trying to figure out what we wanted to do for a while, just because I'd been doing a lot of these challenge runs and just kind of wanted a break from a bunch of that. I am finding placing these troughs so it's consistent, like what tile does what, where it shows I'm going to place it versus where it actually places is not at all consistent. And it's pretty annoying, actually. You just got Project Zomboid to want to learn with players. You play solo, you need your mom in the room with you. You'll get used to it. Try it now. There we go. I still don't know if this grass comes back on its own or not. So you take a bunch of the grass up that's outside of their pen. And drop that in the feed trough. Any tips for surviving long-term? Honestly, long-term survival is the same as short-term survival. You just keep doing it. Like, I know that sounds like a little bit of a cop-out answer, but really what you do to survive in the short term, like, once you kind of figure that out, it's just don't stop doing that. The long-term survival doesn't change that much. Like, it's kind of, you just keep doing the same old, same old. cabinets are getting full and I'm displeased by this. So I won't be able to read those. Oh, did our power finally go out? Okay, so we no longer have electricity. That lasted way longer than I expected. Just, we have a light over in that corner, and I noticed it wasn't on. I was like, oh, wait a second. We don't have the power anymore. It's been a long time coming. Yeah, don't get complacent, be patient. Those are my actual recommendations for long-term survival. Because that's what ultimately gets a lot of people, is you start surviving for a really long time and you eventually just start making some not great decisions. Just because you don't want to take the time to do it the safer way. And it's really, really hard to keep yourself from, like, cutting corners and doing things the quick way versus the safer way. Alright, we'll bring that back. We'll leave the logs there for just a minute. Should be collecting airwax for candles? Not a thing. And I'm honestly very happy that's not a thing, because that's disgusting. I know it's a thing that actually happens in real life, or has happened. I shouldn't say still active tense happens. It probably does, because people are weird. But you get the idea. Oh, I still have the dog bane on me. You worry about running out of food in your spawn area? I mean, that'll eventually happen, but it is one of those things that you'll quickly learn that food is renewable in the game, and you just have to learn the ways to get more when you hit that phase. Honestly, food in the winter is nowhere near as big of a concern as people make it out to be. Like, it's one of those things when you go to do your first winter, you really sweat, be like, man, I don't know if we're ready, I don't know if we have what we take, and then you get there, it's like, oh man, this really isn't that bad. Like, it's kind of just continuing to do the thing I've already been doing. But, like, people worry about, like, freezing to death during the winter, it's like, not even an issue, buddy. Not even a problem. You got nothing to worry about in that regard. Let's go ahead and read these two magazines real quick. Now, this is the first day that the helicopter could be ready for another pass since the last one. And I think this time we're just going to go with the strategy of taking it as far away from here as we can. Like, not even worry about strategically positioning it or anything like that. Just literally not here is the only real goal. Oh, wait, I'm going to need the tube cloth. Because I kind of want to just continue to work on building that perimeter as well. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's kind of make it a thing where I at least put a little bit on there per time. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no, literally you could just keep foraging during the winter. I don't know about how it is now. But it used to be the fishing would be really badly nerfed during the winter. So you actually had to have pretty decent levels in fishing for it to be worthwhile. I don't know if that's still a thing or not. New character? Not really. This has been the same character for a good couple days. If you mean new character since like 4 days ago, then yes. We did die on laying a good couple days ago. But we've been on this character for 3-4 days now. Maybe they dialed it up a little? No idea. Alright, so I wanted to take 2 seconds to check what would it take me to start blacksmithing. So let's look at our blacksmithing. So we need a primitive forge, I think is the worst. For very simple metal forging, for smelting iron items. So the primitive forge is probably the big one. So we need clay cement, stone, and a stone anvil. Alright. There's no anvil I'm seeing here at all. So stone anvil, I need a stone chisel and a large stone. Any of the other chisels will work. What do I need to make a chisel? Nap a stone chisel. So we need to get... Alright, let's get our objectives. Let's get our objectives here real fast. Boom, boom. So we need... Napping 2. What's napping level? So napping is like breaking stones. Like chipping them off to like make flint and all that. I currently don't have a level in napping. So we would need the stone chisel. And we use that to make the stone anvil. That doesn't have any special requirements to it, and the large stone's not that hard to come by. So then with that, we would go to here. And then with the stone anvil, I can make a primitive forge, which requires a bucket of clay, cement, and a bucket of clay cement. Just requires clay, a sack of sand. We'll say sack of sand. Well, I mean, that's... Sack of sand. And then just... I think... Well, actually, we can go ahead and add one more thing. Carving 1. So those are our immediate goals, is to try and get those skills. So for the sack of sand, I just need a sack. Actually, can we make a sack? Just straight up make one? So gunny sack? You require burlap. So a hide sack. So a sack. Alright, so regardless of... I'm gonna need a bunch of stuff for that. Either way. We'll probably end up just finding a sack. Yep. Sack is shovel plus sand tile plus sack. Yep. The sack is going to be the hard part. All said and done. If today is the helicopter day. So we took the last one way down there. We're here. We took the last one way down this way. I might still just like walk down across these fields in that general direction. It'll be interesting to see where the blacksmith knowledge trait comes in. I have no idea. Yeah, because other than just, the sack can be found at the veggie stand on the road? Yeah. There's lots of places we could find them. I'm not urgently in that one. It's going to be getting that napping 2. That's going to be a decent amount of effort. I'm going to have to find a lot of stones. Let's actually take 2 seconds. What do we have in our napping? So we can make the flint. Ah, okay. So right now we can make a flake. So napping 1 will start being able to make stone blades. And a stone awl. But those require books. So we can't actually do those yet. Yeah, so basically, I'm looking for flint and breaking lots of flint. That's what we can do for napping right now. Is just find flint nodules, break flint nodules. That's fine. We're gonna do a lot of that anyways to make our axes. You have the advanced foraging killed? Yeah, it's gonna take a while to do. Where you can find flint nodules, you just forage for them. I believe you'll have the best luck finding them on the road. Does loot respawn? Not by default, no. The stuff you forage for does, just because mechanically how foraging works. It's not a spawn, respawn kind of thing. Like, they disappear and disappear kind of thing. But when you go to a house, when you empty the loot, it's gone forever. Now, you can change those settings, but none of the difficulty settings have that turned on by default. The idea with the game is over time they do want you to feel a little bit more pressure to expand farther and all that. Okay, so no helicopter today. There's only approximately 3,000 zombies between a 16x pop player and Advanced Forge. Okay. Oh, yeah, because I know people said there's like a point of interest that... Don't tell me where it is that people were saying, oh, have you seen like something like the blacksmith recluse or whatever. So I'm assuming it's just a place that already has all the blacksmith stuff set up where you can just hop over there and just do your thing right from the start. Oh, it's already broken. Yep. Even if I knew where that was, those are the kind of places I usually don't end up going in my runs. It's the same thing like, I know a lot of people in the past, there was locations where you could get cabin in the woods that would have your well and would have your... you'd have your well, you'd have like your fireplace or your old-timey stove and like a pool of water nearby that you could fish in. So as you know, there are locations you could just start the game, go there, and pretty much live forever. And then choose to base from there. And that's fine for people doing that. I always tended to avoid those areas just because, I don't know. Yeah, the shack right now has a lot of the stuff. Like, the shack isn't a place I'll go out of my way to do again another run. But, you know, it is a place to get started. I'm having to learn to adjust the way I approach 16 times pop. It used to be you could pretty easily find places to, you know, kind of skulk out to the fringes of towns. So, like, not in the middle of nowhere like we are right now, but just, like, in the outskirts of town. And get yourself established and go from there. Versus right now, it does feel like with the change in population distribution, there's basically nowhere you can kind of sneak off to. Like, almost everywhere has some level of zombies at it. So, like, for example, one of the classic ones that people would use is the Three Mansions west of West Point. Used to be, like, the go-to for West Point players. And now that place is hot as hell. I haven't been there myself, but I've seen others going there because they just wanted to fall back into their old pattern. And they would get there and there'd be literal hundreds of zombies there, and it's like, oh, I guess these days are over. Yeah. No, there was always some issues with the zombie distribution. Feels weird seeing you with no moodles. You know, I'm curious with 16 times pop what the strategy is going to be. I'm honestly thinking the strategies are going to be more akin to what I've been doing this last couple runs, which is just find a literal nothing place in the middle of nowhere that's close enough to get to something that has value. You know, set up shop there, and then fight your way to the first thing that has value, and then go from there. You only picking the stones on the ground? I don't have the inventory space to just carry a bunch of stones. I'm also deliberately not just leaning on stones as my choice of weapon. Because to me, those need to be balanced. So I'm choosing not to lean into it. I don't want to form the habit of using them only for them to be nerfed in like a patch or two. It's the same reason I'm warning people with right now, it looks like the poisonous mushrooms are nowhere near as dangerous as they used to be. And I've been kind of being like, hey, you can probably get away with them right now, but I'm still going to treat them as completely untouchable if I don't know they're safe, because that very easily can become a habit that you just eat those, and then one patch later they go right back to being fatal and you just killed your character. If I need stones, though, they're pretty easy to get a hold of. The big thing is that limited carry weight. Right now I have 8 carry weight total. And my clothes in that alone, plus the backpack, without even counting its contents, probably puts me over 2. And then, like, another 1-ish for my water. Probably another 1 or 2 for my food. And then the rest is, like, weapons, and I got nothing left. But that's because we're doing a challenge run where I start with, like, no strength, so I have, like, no meaningful carry weight to start with. We'll get good carry weight over time. But that's gonna be a while. Plus, I want to actually forage and get my foraging up, because you can just get lucky and sometimes, like, pull up a generator magazine, or pull up, you know, a machete or a katana or something. It's low odds. But there's enough just random good stuff out in the game that foraging is actually a pretty reasonable thing to do. How much in-game time do I have in this? Like, I have no idea. I get those questions a lot. It's like, how long, how much in-game time? So we've been alive for 18 days, 2 hours. And as far as the played time on this character, it'll be somewhere in around 30 minutes to 45 minutes per in-game day, give or take. There is some variability that, even though it is a 1-hour day, between fast-forwarding and the time you sleep and all that, it usually ends up being around the ballpark of 30 to 45 minutes. And on the map-wise, I am south of Echo Creek, or whatever it's called. Eventually, someday, I'll be able to afford just keeping the water bottle in my main pouch. Hey, DK, yes I do. Is this modded or is it pure vanilla? It's mostly pure vanilla with the one exception of I have these bars up here. And all those bars are doing is giving the information behind the moodles. And that's been part of the testing kind of stuff. Yeah, no, DK, I remember you from yesterday. Keep in mind on YouTube there's a really bad stream delay, even if I make it as fast as possible. It's just YouTube sucks at streaming. They're really good for recorded video, but streaming-wise, you are getting the really bad version of streaming. So there's nothing on my end I can do to make it better for you, really. It's just YouTube's gonna YouTube. But yeah, I do. Let's see, what are the empty bars on the Moodle mod? So there's lipids, proteins, and carbohydrates, and then calories. That all has to do with, like, your various nutrition thing. Product Zomboid isn't a game where if you're like, you don't have enough lipids, you die, you don't have enough this, you die. But there is kind of a hidden mechanic that if you have more protein, you'll get a little bit of a modifier, so at the rate you build strength. It's not enough to go out of your way, though. Not in my book. Just do what you gotta do to gain and lose strength. I'm not dragging a log from here. That's not a thing I'm willing to entertain. Can you have a shout out? Why? I don't understand people. I don't have a problem with shouting people out, but I usually don't like shout out on request. Because that has a tendency to lead people to join streams for the entirely wrong reasons. Just to get their shout out and move on. Yeah, they did bring back the chat as active. My understanding is that they've toned it way the heck down. Because, like, when they first introduced it, it'd be like one person would post a message like, chat is looking very active. You should clip this moment. It's like, or maybe I shouldn't. Is Zomboid going to teach you how to meal prep and calories? No. No, when it comes to dealing with nutrition and Product Zomboid, it basically is down to... I'm just going to chuck the broken piece. Get the next axe lined up. It mostly boils down to, if you want to gain weight, you eat fatty, high-calorie foods. If you want to lose weight, you don't eat fatty, high-calorie foods. Pretty much it. It's pretty much the entirety. And what game is this? This is Product Zomboid. It is a sandbox survival game. And it's a pretty good one. Alright, so you got animal feed bags. Dear goodness, you are heavy. Well, in the meanwhile... Alright, so there's going to be no way I can manage this where we're not overburned. This is probably not the smartest move. We're going to overburden ourselves extremely again. But I am just trying to, like, ship this stuff back home. He's got 2 in 2 minutes. I really hope they didn't screw that up again. How did you first get into Product Zomboid? Who did I see play it? I saw someone play it, and it looked interesting to me. And this would be around build 40. Maybe it was Let's Game It Out? I know I saw Let's Game It Out play, but I feel like I had already started playing at that point. It doesn't matter. Basically, I saw a video on it. Why is your guy queasy? I'm eating poisonous berries. That'll be a permanent state of this character's being until I get, like, sustained farming or something. We're gonna be forever unhappy with existence. But, oh yeah, Atomic Duck's another good one. What is the game called? I said Project Zomboid? Does YouTube not listen? I'm not ignoring it. I literally was just acknowledging Jakey's there. But yeah, like I don't remember who it was that, you know, introduced me to it first. But like what? Like what above? No, I saw your redeems. I'm currently walking. I took a sip and I can't stretch without pausing, and I'm not gonna pause every minute or so because people redeem stuff. I'll do it when it's convenient. Above that. Oh, do you only go out the chevrons with your weight? Yeah, basically. Yeah, sorry, I missed that question. Yeah, in the future, it's easier just to repeat the question than to be like, look up, look up, look up, look up, or call me ignoring chat, because people get weird about the ignoring thing. Can you please give you a tip on how to get YouTube subs? Make good content and then keep doing it. And then make content on multiple platforms. And all that stuff. Pretty much what it is. Make sure whatever content you're making is relevant. Playing niche games or games that are in oversaturated categories and all that, you probably won't get noticed. Pretty much the typical stuff. But is Build 42 worth the wait? Should you install again? I mean, that's subjective. I am enjoying it, is the way I will phrase it. But, with all that said, yeah, so normally I just worry about the chevrons. So your goal is you want to be between 75 and 85 kilograms. That's considered normal, healthy, whatever you want to do for Project Zomboid. So generally speaking, if I'm kind of on the higher end, I want to have down chevrons. If I'm kind of on the lower end, I want the upward chevrons. You quit around the same time you did? Yeah, so a lot has changed with Build 42. I should probably be going ahead and doing this anyways. It's not like I'm going to get more tired than I already am. But, it is one of those things that, like, not push ourselves too hard. We're not pushing to the point we're going to have, like, things pushing into the night or whatever. I'm going to sit down here for a minute. Let my energy come back for a few. But yeah, no, the lot's changed. I will say, if you do not have a very high tolerance for bugs and a very high tolerance for balance issue, Build 42 does have a decent number of bugs and some pretty bad balance issues, but it is the unstable branch and all that stuff. How are you finding the muscle strain effect on gameplay? It's not that big a deal. I already do play where I have extremely low strength and fitness to begin with, so I'm already used to kill 2-3 zombies, get tired, need to take a break. So I feel like in a lot of ways that kind of prepared me for, with muscle strain, get in a fight with a couple of zombies, need to take a break. And it is one of those things that as you like level up your weapon skills, it kind of just goes away as an issue. Not entirely, but it becomes way less impactful. So it is mostly an early game difficulty. Alright, so let's go ahead and eat another probably poisonous berry. You're saying, what does muscle strain do? It's kind of the same thing as exertion and being tired so far as combat goes. Combat's the main thing it impacts. And what it is a damage penalty that as your muscles get more and more strained, you do less damage. And if you let it get to, I believe it's severe pain, because it causes pain, which is actually what the thing is, where I'm at minor pain because our upper and lower back hurt. If I do push it to severe pain, you will start having your swing speed get penalized badly, which is really dangerous. The War Machine just read a plausible theory on Reddit that apparently farming is bugged, so every plant is being treated as out of season at all times. If you don't have compost, you're SOL and the plant will die. I don't know that I subscribe to that theory. That could be possible. My guess of what has actually happened is you plant the crop, and, you know, they have like 30 whatever seasons, and that with their balance passes and all that, you know, the balance pass hasn't occurred to change the frequency of watering, the frequency of diseases and all that quite yet. And so there's just a lot of weird side edge cases that it's very hard to keep the crops alive. So they, like how long it goes before a crop rots and everything. So my assumption is they got some numbers problems. That said, it could be. It could be that something's wrong with the seasons. Well, let's see what happens. Can you not transport the trough one piece at a time? I can, but then I have to do double the trips. And I'll still be overburned, just not as badly overburned. Let's see, there was a build mod in 41 that gave muscle strain that was even more punishing on how it is currently. Honestly, after playing with something like that, you just get used to working around it. You just have to pace yourself in combat. Yeah. Is having a car late game? No, not necessarily. In my settings, it's more... In the settings I'm doing, luck is a very big key component to getting my hands on good stuff early. Where are you going now? Right back to your base? Yeah, so I grabbed this trough. It's really freaking heavy. It's absolutely demolishing my poor spine. But I don't have another means to ship it other than load up the giant trough on my back and start marching. And that's going to be a thing early game I'm going to run into when I go to move heavy things. Like, I honestly probably don't need that many troughs, but I am planning on letting the sheep just continue to reproduce until I can't manage them or I get tired of dealing with them. Can weight injuries kill you? Nope, not by themselves. They can contribute to your death, so like if you're sick and you have way too much weight and you have something else going on, then it can be fatal. But by itself, weight can't kill you. Like, you'll notice my health has stopped going down. It's hovering at right about 75, and then it goes down again. It's because being this over-encumbered won't ever push me past that amount. This is my only complaint right now, is these don't seem to place themselves consistently. So it usually takes me 1 or 2 attempts to put it down to get it to line up the way I want it. Because that one did put where I expected that time. The last time I tried to put it like this, it was down here. That's fine. Cool. Let's go inside and drop off whatever else we got in our bag. I know, I'm carrying one of them. You're really, really heavy furniture like beds when you go to move them. Because they're so obnoxiously heavy, what the game does is it breaks it up into a couple of separate pieces. And so we are carrying both the pieces I need of it. I can't just pick it up as one singular unit. I wanted to drop, because I don't need that many packages of matches. We're getting ourselves more flint. Fridge had a mod. You can just pick up fridges normally. I can just do that right now. Boom. Right there, I can just pick it up. And you can just move it in front of your door, and yeah, it does work. The zombies will attack it and destroy it over time, though. So it doesn't make you immune to the zombies breaking it. It just gives you a little bit of warning where they'll bang on the fridge till it breaks. Making some new axes. You know, in a pinch, like, because I use the smart zombies, in a pinch I have put a fridge or something in front of the door. Cooking bugs still gives them out XP? I don't know, because I don't bother with cooking bugs. Because cooking anything gives you XP, and none of it's urgent. Okay, no, okay. I did throw 2 axes in the trash on accident. Alright, anything else I want to do right now here? Oh, I used all my chipped stone, so I don't have any stuff to deal with the rest. We can go ahead and eat another questionable berry. Work on recovering our stamina and our back pain. How do you move animals to your farm? You can either... Smaller animals, you can just pick them up and carry them. They're very heavy, though. Larger animals, you can instead get a rope and lead them. So you go to the animal with the rope in your main inventory, and you can attach the rope to the animal. Gonna move all these axes to the other shelf so they're easier to find and not taking up the side that I've got my crafting stuff in. Oh yeah. No, there is right now there is a bug where you can like infinitely butcher the same corpse for rabbits. I'm choosing to not abuse that bug because 1, it's not going to stick around. That'll be one they'll fix. 2, if I'm doing a challenge run and I'm using a cheat, exploit, whatever to bypass that challenge, I mean, what's the point of me doing a challenge run in those circumstances? So we did butcher a rabbit, and it did keep the corpse, and I just chucked the corpse in the trash after that, since it's like, okay, I'm not supposed to have this. But yeah, no, any corpses rotting will contribute to the getting you sick. So you have a giant mountain of rabbit corpse because of the duplication issue. You get the idea of where that's gonna go. Yep, well thank you, we're working on that fence. It's gonna be dark by the time we get back out there, so I'm probably not gonna be able to do anything with it yet. Yeah, no, that's absolutely no problem. Like, no judgment for anyone who is doing that kind of stuff anyways. Only impacts your own save. If someone makes a stink about it, that's weird for them to care about what you do in your save. Toss that over to the other one. And nothing else I can do worthwhile here. What's stopping your animals from just walking into your forest? If you actually look at what the thing says about the animals, is as long as your animals are relaxed and there's no zombies nearby, your animals will stay and you have like the designated zone. So I made a designated zone for my sheep. So they'll stay in their little box as long as nothing gives them a reason to go. Every once in a while, regardless, they do end up wandering out, which is why I'm putting the fence there, so that they physically can't get out. But it is a mechanic in the game that they will, as long as they're basically taken care of, they will stay. What traits are good this patch? Anything that gives you maintenance and nimble are always pluses. There's certainly a lot of argument to be made for a lot of stuff, like wilderness knowledge is very strong right now. But, I'm fast-forwarding too much, we need to be asleep. But generally, anything that gives you, maintenance or nimble are are worth taking. No. In Product Zomboid lore, the zombie apocalypse, like the zombie virus, only and exclusively affects humans. And the zombies only and specifically are impacted by humans, and vice versa. The animals and the zombies, the only interaction they have is the animals will run away from the zombies. That they scare the animals. It's just one of those things, as much as goes into caring for the animals, if they did attack the animals, it would just be way too punishing. No one would want to keep the animals at all in that case, because it just, you'd put in all the effort, and one zombie rolls in, and it's just all gone. Oh yeah, no, absolutely without question, Nimble is like MVP skill when it comes to dealing with combat. What does Nimble do? When you're in combat stance, so like where my character's like ready to fight, right this, it makes you move faster. Which means while you're fighting, you can move much faster. And it's around level 3 that it starts to be about the same speed as the zombies chasing you, which means I can literally be fighting and backpedaling and moving the same speed as zombies are, which means they physically cannot catch you. How do you improve Nimble? You bring out your weapon and you walk. I am leveling Nimble right now. It levels really, 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 really slowly, though. I do not recommend trying to grind it out. You'll have people who do that, and it's... It says, do you personally like Nimble at 4 or at, say, 10? Generally speaking, when Nimble's around, like, 3, 4, 5, is, like, when it starts getting really good. More than that is... It can get a little hard to play when the Nimble's, like, really high, because it gets a little bit harder to control your character, because you kind of, like, step in and out of the fight way too easily, that you'll have a little difficulty getting yourself positioned the way you want to be in good swing range. I honestly do feel like they probably do need to nerf the high end of Nimble. But it's one of those things. I don't think they should make the low end of Nimble lower. I think so much as the difference between the top and the bottom might need to be narrower. Because it is those things that it gets really kind of awkward and silly once you start getting going really fast. Because I think it was level 10 Nimble. I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, level 10 Nimble is actually one of those things that, going into combat stance, I will move faster than I can walk. So I don't think it's intended to be that way, so much as it ended up that way. That said, it's almost a moot point, because the time it takes you to grind level 10 Nimble, I have never had a character nearly that high in Nimble. I think even my world record character, my current character, like the character that we got to like 180,000 who's still alive, I'm pretty sure that character's only 7 Nimble or something like that, which is still obnoxiously high. And it's not that it's like unplayably fast or anything, it's just the weapons that have a very narrow margin of error, like short blades. Normally what I'd do is I'd fight, I'd back up, and, you know, I'd be swinging again and again. With really high Nimble, I have to kind of stop moving entirely, wait for the zombies to catch up, poke it when it gets in range, step back again, wait for it to get back in range, and poke it again. So it really just changes the flow of combat. What are my skills like right now? They're pretty terrible. We're just about to hit Axe 1. And we're at about maintenance 1.5. Short Blunt is getting pretty close to 2. All of my crafting skills are kind of just lagging a little bit. Animal care is about it's a little bit lower than half. Strength is just a bit over 2 1/3. Fitness is about 2 1/3, or sorry, yeah, 1 1/3. No one cares about light-footed or sneaking. Nimble is about to be 1. And then Foraging is about 4 1/3. But it is those things that's doing that said, Nico died at his best run an hour after hitting 6. It was too big of a timing gap. Yeah, it gets weird. Oh yeah, no, Nimble is maybe the slowest leveling skill in the game. If it's not the slowest, it's definitely up there. There's Axe 1. And I'm kind of not bothering to use the busted sticks as a weapon anymore. The busted branches are okay. It's just they use a lot of stuff. They pop out worn right to begin with. So like if I'm low on weapons, I'll do that. But honestly, right now I'm not having that much of a problem getting weapons replaced. Slate and said, you also have Nimble 7 on a multiplayer character on a hardcore server. It's absolutely your favorite skill at those levels. With sprinters, specifically, it's because of sprinters I made Nimble build. Yeah, no, that's a lot of times when the sprinter conversation comes up, like why I don't tend to play sprinters hardly ever. It's not literally never, but very rarely. Is one of the big negatives is the feeling of progression on sprinters is much worse because like there's kind of only 2 tiers in progression on your melee weapons with sprinters, and that is you're one-hitting or you're not. And then if you're one-hitting, you actually have a feeling of progression when you could hit one hit very reliably. But if you're not one-hitting, you still have to approach it all that. Let's see, what's your ideal melee aside from katana? I won't even call my, like my ideal melee katanas. Historically, it was hunting knives. Now, we'll have to wait and see where things land with the new build. I have a feeling short blunts are going to be the one to shine in this version. But with what I've been hearing rumblings of is that the blacksmithing is extremely powerful and all the end game blacksmithy weapons are really, really good. I don't know which one would be my favorite out of those. But generally speaking, it's been the hunting knife. I'd even take that over a katana any day. Because like the katana's good, but you can't repair it. They're extremely rare. And while they do a lot of damage and they hit really fast, they really don't have that great of durability. So it is one of those things that's like, it's cool. It's kind of like getting quad damage. You get like a little extra bonus in your damage briefly and then it's gone. What can you do with blacksmithing? You just make tools and weapons? Mostly. That's my understanding. That is kind of what blacksmiths do. They make metal things. So it's pretty much that. I think they can make a little bit more than just tools and weapons. I think there are some, like, components and stuff you can make for other tasks. Yeah, exactly, like nails. Well, the question is metal furniture, is that blacksmithing or is that metalworking? Because I imagine that's metalworking. Maybe you make the parts using blacksmithing, but I believe that's its own separate thing. Which I know there's been a lot of arguments about whether they should consolidate some of those skills or not. That like you've got metal and metalworking and blacksmithing all as different skills, and there's people who are advocating for being like, hey, just make it metalworking, just make it one thing. There's already enough skills to grind. I'm pretty indifferent in that conversation because I tend not to grind skills in the first place. I just passively do what I need to do to survive, and the skills come. You know, maybe once in a long while I'll be like, no, I need one more point in electrical, let me go out of my way for this. But that's pretty rare. Like, you've noticed I've not been, like, sitting at home slamming out, hours and hours and hours of fitness stuff to get myself off of the early game low stats. I haven't been going out and, like, taking some some weapon and, like, bumping a tree again and again because, someone finds some cheesy strat where you can get more maintenance out of your weapons. Like, I don't do any of that kind of stuff. Like, no judgment for those who do. But to me, I always see it, if I'm doing a challenge run and then cheesing stuff to circumvent the challenge, then why am I doing a challenge run? I really feel like there was a second sheep here somewhere. And I haven't seen it. I think we're getting the numbers low enough. I'm not going to worry about grabbing the trough right now. I'm going to see if we can start pushing in to check this shed in the house for actual tools and goodies. Do you bother repairing melee weapons? The vast majority of them in Build 41? No. Build 42 will have to see, like, how meaningful repairing feels. If I feel like it's worth my time or not. But, you know, Build 42 just came out, so that's the kind of stuff I haven't had to mess with too much. I don't know if we have any care about this. We'll grab the seeds. I'm gonna leave the stakes there. Rakehead. We got a scythe. I don't know how good that is, but we'll check it out. We got a bunch more seeds. Elbow pads. There is mild discomfort it causes. Oh, empty watering can. Regardless of if you use that for what it's made for, I'm gonna go ahead and grab that. I see the shovel down here. The shovel's a big one. That was a good place. Alright, so still a lot there. We're a little overburdened. Take a drink of her water. Probably okay. Water and can of milk. Well, the thing, I don't know if it's changed. Yeah, so 8,000 milliliters is what that watering can contains. So it did get changed to not be quite as powerful as it used to be, but it's basically 8 water bottles worth of liquid. It used to be like something like 200 units of water, whereas a water bottle was like 12 or some nonsense. And so, like, it genuinely, for, like, the most efficient carrying large volumes of water, like, you wouldn't want to keep it in your inventory from drinking from it. I don't think it actually lets you drink directly from it. But it was just one of those things that, for hauling water between places, it was, like, the go-to. You just toss it in the trunk of your car. Yeah, it's... To be fair, it probably should have gotten pretty massively penalized. You can keep that, actually. Can be used to get grass cuttings. I mean, we already can get grass cuttings. It is interesting that I can't put it on my back or anything, though. Yeah, no, I was curious if I could use it as a weapon. It gives a lot of grass? Okay, that's good to know. We'll mess with that in a little bit. Right now, I would keep picking away at these zombies so I could potentially get into this house Oh, there's also a shed out back. We should check the shed, too. Well, we'll keep working on this group. Because I don't want to sneak into the house. Like, right now, I could sneak in here. Maybe it's fine. I wouldn't get spotted. But as close as they are, if there's a window there they could spot me through, those are the kind of things where everything goes from, oh, this is good, this is fine, to, oh, wait, now I'm being hit from both sides inside a narrow area where I don't have good visibility. Yeah, this is the last axe I had on my person. I keep whacking stuff with the stick. Yeah, I know there is talk about adding bow and arrows to the game, but I don't believe they're in yet. But they're gonna have their own special skill that'll be like, there was two of them. There was like fletching for making the arrows, and I think they had a separate skill for making the bows, because I guess it's a different thing. Like there's different traits for making a bow versus making the arrows for a bow. Sounds like there's another one in here. Yeah, there is. Radish seeds. And I don't want to fight inside, because like I said, we know we have a group of zombies right here. And I won't see if they start closing in. So here, two out back. I still want to check that bookshelf in the back corner there. Small chance that bookshelf will have like a Jenny mag or an herbalist magazine or something like that. Alright. Cool. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so there's nothing there. Carpentry 2. That's still not a bad book. We could take it and we're gonna get out of here. I don't care about anything else here till we have electricity. Can't do, no, you can't physically do respawns on. Why does that, mannequin look like a Superman meme? Because there's mannequins that are Superman mean. That's a thing. I've seen mannequins like that in real life. Not in a while. That was stuff like you'd see like in the kids section, like Toys R Us or whatever. You'd have like the one wearing like the Superman t-shirt or whatever, the Spider-Man t-shirt. I heard a grumble. It's either behind here or in there. It's in there. Or is it? I thought I heard some... Oh yeah, no, it's in there. So if I would have climbed through that window, we would have... Not necessarily died, but we would have gotten hurt. So the pro and the con of that means... I'm not going to be able to go in that shed till it breaks down the door. I was hoping I could draw it to the window where I get through it way faster. Okay. So you've seen people play with insanely modified zombies? Oh yeah, no, I've been in the community for a very long time. It is just unfortunately a reality with 16 times pop that you cannot progress with 16 times pop. It is a very short-lived run because even if you line everything else up perfectly, I've also done those kind of runs. I've tried them. And it is just a thing that you basically last until the first time you get, like, a migration or whatever triggers, and then you just fall over dead. Unless you happen to spawn somewhere there's, like, no zombies, at which point it doesn't really matter. And the reason for it is, like, even if you do somehow manage to kill a large number of zombies, like, the best attempt we had was I spawned in Rosewood Fire Station, and I just pretty much tried to hold my ground. Do I go for it? So if we take one piece... Yeah, it's extremely overburned, extremely overburned. That's kind of what I was figuring. Man, we attempted to do one where we spawned in the Rosewood Fire Department, and I actually managed to survive like a day and a half, 2 days in there. Just throwing down, and actually the thing that got me killed was the sheer number of corpses in the area. I had like only 1 or 2 tiny little corners I could hide into to avoid corpse sickness. Where are you on the map? I am in the far southwest by Echo Creek, which is a new location. If you were to put the mall on the map and where I am pretty close to almost literally as far away from it as you can get. Not quite literally as far away from you as you can get, but if you're talking like rounding errors kind of things, pretty much right about as far from as you can get. It is very unlikely we'll be seeing them all in this run at any point. I would have to clear a number of cities or travel like the entire length of the map to get there. And honestly, the mall is fun to attack as a meme, but, you know, not really useful. Let's see, aren't there, like, multiple malls? There's 2 malls. There is the original mall. When anyone says the mall, they mean the original mall, the big one that's kind of off on its own. There is a mall in Louisville, but, I mean, honestly, you just say Louisville. There's a small shopping center near you? Yeah, that's not a mall. That's a shopping center. There's a lot of things near me that I don't know what they are, and please don't spoil. Like, I know there's a garden center not far because we've seen the garden center. You think from what Lamprey was saying, Louisville doesn't have any pre-made basements? I mean, it wouldn't super surprise me if that was true. Because in a lot of ways, I don't think Louisville really needs much in the way of basements. It already has those giant skyscrapers, and honestly, going up once you go past like 2 floors is just about as dangerous as going down. Like past like 2 floors, you're still not jumping out a window and surviving the experience. So it might as well be underground where there's not an alternative route other than the one stairway up and down. I just want to deal with this one zombie that's over here. That's the reason I stopped to rest, was like I wanted to get myself not super exerted. So I kill this one zombie before it gets closer to our territory. I already have it, but I'll take another, because we could burn them and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, no, not that I don't think Louisville should get basements. There are the neighborhoods and all that should do it. I just think with as dense as things are in Louisville already, it would be a low priority to put basements there. Plus, Louisville can already have performance implications once you start getting into Louisville proper. Like, ignoring even the zombies, when they start loading in those buildings that are, 5, 6, 7 stories tall and big buildings, it starts to get real dicey. So it wouldn't surprise me if they decide to hold off while they do optimization stuff and whatnot. Or it literally might be that they just were focused on the new part of the map and then redoing Muldrow specifically because Muldrow was getting pretty dated looking comparing to the rest of the map. Let's throw that in a body so it doesn't sit there taking up space. How many stories can you build to? Was it 16? I think? It was something like that. I can't remember if it was 16 or 32, but it was one of those things where it was kind of a shifting up and down thing. So in an area, you could go either, like, that total number up or down, or some combination of. So, like, the idea being, let's say it's 16.
Take a sip. What's the worst?
If I built an 8-story building up, it could have an 8-story down basement-wise. I don't know if we can build basements, but you get the idea. So you can have 16 floors, just whether it's 16 up, 16 down, or somewhere in between, it can only be 16, or whatever the amount was. I'm thinking it was 16, but that's going off memory. That's been a while. All right. I'm shrimping harder than you? I'm not shrimping actually that bad. And it's more than 16? Someone saw earlier in the map that there was a place that it's more than that. Yeah, I mean, whatever it is. Like, it could be 16, 32. So it's probably 32. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it was. But it was enough. Because honestly, when you're getting to buildings like 16 floors high and all that, or 32 floors high, I guess, like, you're already dealing with the situation that you're in this building, and unless they radically change the zombie hearing, zombies hearing you through floors is really good for the zombies. So genuinely those towers and skyscrapers are really terrifying to go into, because you can fight something and something 4 or 5 floors above you will hear it and start making its way down to your floor, and you suddenly realize you're in a bad spot as you got like 2 or 3 rally groups worth of zombies closing in on you. But are those buildings actually worth... Oh, no, those buildings are usually pretty good. Like, for example, the March Ridge Apartments are super good loot. They're just dangerous. Like, if you like gunplay, low-key, the March Ridge Apartments, they have a lot of guns in them. The big thing is it's not like a lot of places like the, it's not like the police department where they have the armory, or the prison that has the armory, or the gun store where it's all nice and consolidated. it's the Marchurch apartments. Every apartment has, like, this bedroom might have a shotgun, that one might have a rifle, this person might have 2 or 3 pistols, you know, some amount of ammo, so it's just, like, really spread out throughout the apartments. But, I mean, if you cleared the area, you do get a lot of guns and other weapons. You don't know for sure, but a streamer said he was one of the testers for Build 42 before it came to unstable. He said, now 64 squares implied location have 64 down. You think above is... You think a floor above is 4 squares high? Oh yeah, so you're saying, like, right. Because you have, like, you can stack boxes, and it was, I believe, 4 to go from where one box would clip to the next floor, so you can't stack higher. Raven Creek has some 15 twice-story buildings. It takes hours of zombies streaming out of them to clear. Oh yeah, no, that was, for those who remember earlier in Venus Orozco's run, before we got hit with that, where Unstable briefly had that bug where the zombies had, you know, even if you didn't set it, they had, like, super pinpoint hearing just as a bug, not as an actual choice. Before that hit us, we were clearing the hospital that's towards the entrance of Louisville, and that's only, I think, 5 stories. And we must have spent days just sitting out in that parking lot honking the horn and then killing zombies and honking the horn and killing zombies and honking the horn and killing the zombies. To the point is like, no, there cannot be more zombies in this place. I have been killing this place for days. The hospital's death trap? Oh, I believe it. There's a reason why we didn't go in it for a long time. I just kept honking and doing that, honking and doing that, and honking and doing that. And only finally when it's like, I would sit there and get nearly nothing out in an entire day. I'm like, alright, I think it's time to go in. And even then, we probably killed a couple dozen zombies still inside that got themselves stuck in corners that they couldn't figure out how to path out of and stuff like that. You know, that's the whole thing where, you know, the whole, is it worth it to go in the tall buildings? I mean, there were a lot of goodies in that hospital. I wanted, oh, I'm trying to remember, I think, oh, right, we realized there was a bunch of bookshelves, I'm like, okay, maybe I could get something good. And it was all first aid books, and I'm like, okay, I understand this makes sense. I'm also very upset in this very moment that these are all first aid. Still super burned. I put... Oh, right, because I have that and it's really heavy. Set that down for a minute. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? Give me that sugar back. Give me the sugar back. Where are you, sugar? Give me those while we're at it. Give me that. I'll put those in the trough in a minute. Even though we don't have refrigeration anymore, it still does make sense to store the food that I'm like, hey, this doesn't expire. Let's just keep it on standby. Shovel that crap in the fridge. Okay. The solution is to build a tower near it with loud radios. We'll let them climb up the 5th story windows. I don't know if they'll actually do that. Zombies falling does hurt them, but they don't take much damage for it. Now, granted, if they're jumping out of like 5th and 6th and 7th story windows, I do wonder if it'll hurt them that much. Because normally the zombies won't do that outside of weird pathing issues. Usually it's only like 1 or 2 floors up, they'll jump down at you. Louisville's gonna suck with muscle strain? I mean, if you start right in Louisville, yeah, but the thing is, realistically, fighting to Louisville, you're probably gonna be at 3, 4, 5, or whatever of your weapon skill. And very genuinely, from what I've seen, muscle strain really falls off when you start getting to like some higher numbers. Okay. We're at the point where, honestly, it's more important that we deal with this. So with the giant watering can, I'm down to mess with this. Oh, right, it's still the shovel in my inventory. Okay. Let's put down the watering can for a minute. Go over here. I want to save that shovel for a tool, but I don't want to lug it around because it's heavy. Okay, so let's consider what we've got crops-wise. We are in July, so let's see here. So if we go to our recipes and all that, we go to agriculture. So we've got cabbage. Cabbage is not in its best month. Get out of my inventory. Carrots. July is best month. That's fine. Corn. Out of its best month. Get out of here. Habanero. Poor month. Get it out of my inventory. Radish. Out of its best month. Get it out of here. Rye. Nope. Sugar beet. We can plant a sugar beet. Watermelon. Nope. So I got 2 crops worth planting right now. How much grass does that give me? Yeah, that is a lot of grass. You were not joking. That was buku grass. That was like 40 grass in one go. It did tear up the ground, which is interesting. The other ones didn't, but I'm okay with that. That's okay, so carrots. Dig furrow. Is the month going to change? Yeah, but we don't know really the rules around a lot of this yet. It could be that the month you planted just, like, put some stat as, like, planted at the correct month or something. It could be, because, I mean, the crops nowadays, they grow, some of them have, like, 200-something days it takes to grow them the full way. So we'll have to see how any of this works. So I'm kind of just like, alright. That's fine. So... Why is nothing being listed? Because I didn't actually open the seed pack. Hi, wifey.
You're a cutie.
Yeah, I have sheepies.
That's good. Are they cute?
Uh-huh. But do you know what the best part about the sheep are?
What's the best part?
So I can go up to the sheep,
Yeah. Don't hurt it.
and I can go pet.
Okay. Yeah.
And it makes a little... brrr.
That's cute. Hi, Burning Sun. Hi, Luxray.
They're not good, they're bad.
Yeah, I was afraid you were gonna hurt it. Why is there skull and crossbones on your house?
It was there when I bought it. I didn't buy it, it was there when I moved in.
Cute cookie. I love you.
I love you more.
Remember to stay handsome.
I can't do what I'm not.
Just keep petting the sheep.
I was expecting to give you the option to water this? Oh, I guess those crops have already died. Okay, so they have reduced the amount of water they need. Or not. Well, good enough for me. I am not watering more than that because... holy crap, that's going to take forever. I'm still going to fill this thing up, but... Have you found the watering backpack? No. Yeah, right now with the crops seeming to be pretty unreliable so far as dealing with all that goes, I'm not going to put the time in to make sure I'm taking care of the crops or anything. Like whatever the issue is with them, I'd want that resolved first. Okay, and I'll check for the helicopter. Getting to the point, I should probably just expect it. Yeah, so grass doesn't go nearly as far, but I can literally just run around and just rip up. You killed your first test batch of crops? Yeah, I've had very little luck growing the crops as well. I am noticing the scythe doesn't seem to have any type of endurance or condition to it. Okay, no helicopter today. We can go down here. One, two, three. Alright. We'll eat our with these because we just had a questionable berry. Alright, so we did already... Here, that's actually the first thing we're going to do here. So, with this, we went over to these buildings here, and we have... Where's my symbols? Yeah. We have looted that, and that. This we haven't gotten into yet. And I do believe we've actually gotten all the sheep out of here too, but I don't have any eraser to erase it. We have not gone down. This is a construction site. I think that's a barn that's not going to have anything in it, and that's a house that might be some goodies. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to try and aim for those houses down there, because we might be able to get some goodies there. Do you remember when Build 42 released and you died because sheep somehow land a laceration on your head and upper torso? You were trying to pet it? Oh, did you accidentally hit the sheep? I do know that's a thing that's been happening to a decent number of people. Is they'll be like, haha, and they'll run up and they'll whack one of the bowls of the weapon, and then the bowl just turns around and just levels them. And apparently some of the animals will fight back. Alright. So I did get to successfully loot some buildings. I'm not going to prioritize that area over there with the turkeys, because I don't care about the turkeys. The turkeys can go die in a fire. I'm sorry, wait, what? But, running down to those areas where we might be able to find just random magazines and other goodies, that'll be fine, because for right now, we're going to be foraging to try and get stuff we can nap, which would be mostly the flint nodules, and I'm trying to avoid just, like, walking back and forth in the street all day picking them up. But, if we get lucky, we could find, like, a bag of fertilizer or something like that, which will still give me the sack. The turkeys give, like, 0 calories like the pigs do. I haven't tested, but I'm just kind of accepting that all of the new animals, when it comes to their meat, are probably hot garbage, that they just didn't get adjusted correctly. Which it's fine. I suspect when the devs get back in, that'll be one of the short list things. Like, if I were to go at, like, the severity of things that need balance adjustments right now, I would definitely say probably number 1 is the things like the batteries draining and all that. Why not set the search focus on stone? Because I want everything. And if I set to stone, I'm going to get mostly just stone. And if I remember correctly, it was something like you get a decent boost in the looking, you know, for that one thing. Yeah, it's fine. I'll not worry about the long stick right now. Versus a lot of the other things. I want to say is you get overall less stuff, but more of the thing you wanted specifically. Ah, Nimble 1, I'm free. I don't have, like, shackles of molasses on my ankles everywhere I go. I don't know if I actually care about getting a bunch of scissors or not, but we're going to find out. Yeah, but generally I don't use the focus thing. Not often. My understanding is every single weapon category exists in blacksmithing, and that there's good stuff there. I do know not all of it is yet available in Build 42, but from what I've heard from others messing with it, blacksmithing does have a lot of goodies in it. You just messed with it. It seems like Nimble 10 is slightly slower than walking. Alright, that'd be good. It didn't used to be that way. Because, like, it was a thing, like, the cutoff where it was fast and walking was somewhere in the area of around, like, 7 before, if I remember correctly. Because I do know I had a character where it reached that point and we were just kind of giggling at how fast we could, like, zip around all over the place. And I was like, okay, I'm curious what this would be like when it hits 10. I know I messed with it once off stream, like, just set it to 10 and just saw what happened. All right. Oh, are you saying that the axe is, like, bad? Gotcha. I'd heard mostly good things from someone who's been, they've been working on, like, a lot of the crafting skills. And that they're saying some of the crafting skills, but it could be that, you know, certain ones might only not be available yet or whatever. Because I think the idea is making the weapons purpose-built. Where's the pocket piano bench? I've literally never played that way. Even when that was, like, the big thing. For me, when it came to the chairs, what I would do is I'd take a chair, and I would drop it in the middle of the road, and it would stay there forever. And if I wanted a chair someplace else, I had to go get a new chair, find a new place, and I'd literally markers on the map being like, here's my rest stops if I need them. And for me, it wasn't even like a fairness or whatever kind of thing of like, oh, this is cheese. It was nothing even like that. It's because genuinely, I didn't want to have to take the time of put it down, sit on it, get back up, pick it up, move it to the next place, put it down, sit on it, pick it back up. I'm a very lazy person. So I would just plunk a chair down, and if I had to go back a block when I got tired, I went back a block. Oh yeah. No, I'm not being like, oh, how dare you suggest it or anything like that. It's just something I never did. Because it was silly that you could put a piano stool in your fanny pack. That's more than I can pull with muscle strain. I was being a little careless in the pull. I was like, oh, I need to back off and not just engage 20 right at the get-go. With muscle strain or low stats, that is not a fight I can win. I mean, it's not a fight I can't win. It's just not a fight that's safe. Because you look at our armor already. And we're already at very... Like, we're at pain and pretty high here. So it's going to be like 1, maybe 2 more kills. And then we're going to be strained to the point that where attack speed's going to get penalized. That's actually one of the important skills of the game, is to know when it's like, okay, this is not a fight to play out. This is a fight to back off on. My hope is they're going to get caught up in this. I can split up into a couple groups. What? What did I get cut on? Okay. I got a laceration, like, going through the corn. Man, corn's rough, I guess. That's what I was all confused. Like, just suddenly I had a laceration. Like, what? I'm pretty sure implementation-wise, the corn is literally the exact same thing as, like... You can craft a spear in this? Yeah, you can craft spears. The starting spears are pretty terrible. No laceration, but you cut yourself with cord leaves. Well, I mean, in real life, I was just really surprised that that's a thing. Oh yeah, now if it was our neck, I'd be ripping a shirt immediately to deal with it. I'm just surprised. The downside is that's one of her hands, so it's going to hurt her damage even more for fighting, but... whatever. Yeah, no, like I get that. It's just a surprise to me that we just cut through the corner, it's like, oh, here, laceration on your hand, like, really? It does seem like they've made it so you get yourself hurt a lot just by walking around, pushing through bushes and trees. Like, yeah, sure, real life, you do it. I don't necessarily see it as bad either, because it is kind of a meme that first aid is kind of worthless in the normal game in Build 41, because you could literally go an entire run, and if you were careful, you would never, ever, ever get hurt. Versus we've definitely been getting a lot of, like, pretty minor injuries in Build 42. Again, like these little nicks and cuts and all that from going through the trees and all that. That they were a thing. It used to be, I think you had to run through a tree. Or jog through a tree and you'd get cut up pretty bad. Your targeting is killing me. Where it's like, only target the waistline. No, like, waistline and feet, no heads. Okay. I haven't checked my boots for a very long time, so let's swap those. Alright. But yeah, I know you can make spears, and my understanding is the later spears are pretty good, but the early spears are really bad. Which it makes sense. You take a stick, you kind of just sharpen up the end of the stick. You shouldn't have particularly high expectations for that stick. So we got some more over here. But yeah, corn. The funny thing is how much corn we've been ducking through between all these playthroughs. It's just surprising that for it being able to do that, this is the first time we've run into it. Which I think is fine. If they're going to have it as a possibility, I think it should be a very rare possibility. Just for the fact that it's not like you touch the corn and you're just immediately, like, getting chopped up real bad. More seeds, more seeds. Let's see, to be honest, you never understood using sharp spears. Using a blunt one with a tip would break bone on thrusts. That's fine for anti-zombie work. I mean, generally speaking, a lot of times you're talking about spears in real life. The idea is it's a pointy stick that you poke things with. It's just the fact when you make it out of a stick, you're probably not looking at the sturdiest thing. Because it would be weird for you to take just a tree branch and just slam it into someone. Like, no sharpness or anything, just smack someone with the blunt end of it. Sure, you could do some damage or whatever, but... eh. It's video game. The one that didn't make sense to me was your character taking a sharpened stick and then doing a slicing motion with it. So, like, swinging it like they're trying to cut you with the end of it. And it's like, but why would you do that? Like, the stick is going to be weakest. Like, hitting it from the side, you'd want to poke. You prepped an end to be where all the force is imparted on a single point. Why would you try and slash with that? Like, I could see something if, like, the end of your spear had this, like, broad tip kind of thing. Yeah, I think the idea is, like, where you put, like, the hunting knife on the end of the spear and all that. I'm like, okay. At that point, you're looking like, you know, a poor man's Barachi or something like that, where it's like, okay, you got a long stick. It's got, you know, a knife on the end, so you can hit anyone with any part of the blade part of the knife and do some damage. Getting a wide swing means you get a lot of motion and everything there. You can do some proper damage. But when it's just like the wooden stick, you're just kind of staring at it going, but why? Here, let me go ahead and allow that. But yeah, no, they definitely changed the recipe for the spears, so it's not nearly as available. It used to be literally you just sharpen tree branches all day and you could have an army of them. Or planks. You'd start with tree branches, and then the moment you get planks going, you just used planks. Because that'd give you the best spears. Now you have to get what's called a long pole. Or a long stick, sorry, not a long pole, a long stick. And they're not super unavailable, but they're not super duper common. Yeah, like, the moment you attach something, the swipe makes a sense. I'm like, okay, you got a big, long blade on the end of it. You know, anywhere you connect with that blade is your fine edge that, you know, you could do cutting damage. But just pointy stick. You're like, but why? All you gotta do is dull the tip of this. Or just flat out break it. Man, the points from traits really got nerfed? I didn't notice it that much, but I also took traits that just took down my weight and, or sorry, made me have less metabolism, all that. But it is those things, I think it was the ones that got really nerfed or stuff like Smoker and all that, which, you know, half of the people are using. Yes, that's the only one I've seen is to be Breaking Flint is the only one for, like, the very early level napping. I was really hoping you'd fall down, so... What am I doing? I got a screwdriver. I could fight. I think I even have another axe in my inventory, I just need to get it prepped. I'm just used to the early game where I have no weapons to speak of, so it's like, oh, had a weapon, broke it, time to start being pushy. And done with sunflowers and Suicide? Because they've given you 1,000 sunflower seeds, you're still trying to package? Yeah. I'm glad you've been enjoying Suicide. It's kind of a real shame, the situation they ran into. Like, it just doesn't look... Oh, I already ran out of the axes. That's fine. Just with whatever their publisher agreement was, they didn't make enough money to continue to support the game. Cool, Deans. It's always weird when someone says you look like this person, or look like that person combined with that person. You always took high thirst. Oh man, I couldn't stand that. There was a couple times I gave like high hunger, high thirst a go, and it was me for it was just more dealing with the constantly have to like get more water and whatever. Like not even like on a challenge side, just the nuisance of carrying that. Is Sunnyside a complete game? Yes, it is. It just had a bit of a buggy launch. It was kind of caused to have underwhelming numbers. So it was a good game, but just kind of a little bit of a rough launch. Which just kind of really hurt it on the sales end of things. And I guess just with the way they had their contract, like we don't know the details with their publisher. It was kind of one of those things that despite selling a bunch of copies, they really didn't make almost any money on it at all. And so they did have to be like, hey, we're putting updates on this game on pause because we gotta get something else out because, like, literally this company's gonna go under otherwise. So, like, you can still use some more love and all that, but it's not gonna get it just because business things didn't go as well as they'd hoped. I think it's they overestimated how well the game was going to do, and it feels like maybe they rushed its release a little bit too much and it needed to cook a little bit longer. Yeah, and I've noticed both the slow eating and high eating both really mess with your weight management. And they're doable, but it is one of those things you have to like completely change your entire approach to it because you either have to like go out of your way to always eat heavier stuff just to maintain weight. Okay, sweet. I was hoping I'd be able to... There we go. Alright, let's head back. We're close enough to here. Usually I head back at 7 anyways. I don't have any weapons left, so eh. Do you think both are fine personally, but not settings you play with? Yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't think the high and low thirst and the high and low hunger are bad traits. They're just, they will mess with your gameplay. So they are things to consider so far as like, what are the ramifications of that choice? Because low-key, the issues you run into is with the low hunger, you have to go out of your way to eat more calorie-dense foods later on because you get to eat less often before your character gets full. It's not that big a deal. It just kind of throws your process out a little bit. And just on the other side of it, high hunger, you have to be really careful about eating the higher calorie things because it is just a thing you can very quickly balloon your character. It's also just annoying because you have to carry that much more of everything. So like with high thirst, I'd carry like 3 water bottles on me because by the time the day's over, I probably plowed through a water bottle and a half, maybe even 2 water bottles pretty easily. And so that means I'm dedicating like 3-4 carry weight to just water. Was clumsy or panic trait? Yeah, those ones are rough. I found, honestly, a lot of those traits, the ones that you cause your character to panic or cause your character, all those kind of things, I found those to be more frustrating than fun to deal with. I've done runs where I took a lot of negative traits just to kind of see which ones really... Okay, weird. Like, which negative traits I want to do with all that. And some of those were really annoying. Like, the claustrophobic trait could get really annoying where you try and go in, and you had to kind of, like, rush to the bed and go to sleep before your character could start panicking really bad. So there's a lot of weird things you run into with some of those negatives. They're fine. I don't think any of them are badly implemented or anything like that. Let's just toss all seeds in here for right now. Claustrophobic was bugged for a while, didn't count player built structures as indoors. Yeah, and there's... all of them were manageable. Like, even without getting into, like, weird bug slash perhaps unintended behavior. Alright. You always played Fear of Blood plus Cower, and you had to keep setting... keep a set of killing clothes and clean to yourself and change as soon as you got home. Fight small groups and carry beta blockers with issues. Yeah, and those are things you could do. And I always avoided those because, like, oh my god, this is so frustrating to deal with. Like, it's not the fun kind of challenge, like, oh my god, please stop whining, character. You're just aggravating me. Okay. Claustrophobia, you can put a tent in a roof? Yeah. Yeah, for me, honestly, having my character just clean themselves up at all is only if it's convenient for me. Because as much fighting as I do, like, I will clean up, and by the very next day, my character is already reaching, like, saturations levels of blood on them. Honestly, these days, I honestly don't think Smoker is worth taking the chance with anymore. My understanding is your ability to get cigarettes is really not what it used to be. That cigarettes are a much, much, much harder commodity to come by. I could be wrong, but that's what I've been hearing grumblings of, is that people have been taking Smoker, like, really don't take it now. Like, they used to take it and they loved it, but in Build 42 that... You wonder if chewing tobacco works? No idea. Gotcha. Yeah, so it's hard to deal with. As far as skill check goes, we are at fitness... Well, actually, let's start at the top. We're getting really close to short blunt 2. We are at axes about 1 1/3. We're getting about 1/3 of the way to maintenance 2. We're at about fitness 1.5, strength about 2.5, foraging about 4.5, nimble of 1. Can you make weapons now? Yep. Just made myself a pile of axes. And little by little, we're getting ourselves, like, a little place to actually keep the sheep. All right. And we're slowly converting this entire area into one big dirt lot. Getting all that sweet, sweet grass for our sheep. Does it grow back? My understanding is it does. I have no idea how long it takes. But the sheer amount I get, and as I slowly clean up the area, it's probably fine. Please break this soon. I'm not feeling great about this. As well as ones of zombies in here that could be very dangerous for me. Alright. Down the road, I might not even move the sheep. I might literally leave the sheep here. It's just a place I come back to every once in a while to, you know, top off whatever. Like, I might literally just leave the sheep behind and, you know, stop by on occasion, make sure they got their food, their water, all that stuff. Learning a lot from the stream on how to play better and build for it too? No problem. I mean, we are still learning together. Because obviously Build 42 is new. So we figure out what does and doesn't work. Any cars to grab soon? No, we did get to start looting a couple of buildings. Haven't gone too far, but we're making some progress to that end. But we do have a car that works, but it needs a replacement wheel. That we had a wheel pop off of it. Why can't you sleep? Experiencing too much pain to sleep. Have you tried not being a whiny little baby? Me. You made me cut down a tree. Me. My back was already hurting. Me. It's not a procrastinating problem, Pank. I can only do so much. RNG needs to do its part. Oh, we're just in pain because of that laceration on our hand from the corn. Which I'm still shocked that we cut through corn and I'm like, wait, I'm cut real bad? What happened? Oh, I just walked through corn and apparently sliced open my hand. That's cool, I guess. I actually think it's totally fine, but it's just one of those things that caught me by surprise. Also, wait. Oh, I got excited. I thought I saw a forest sheep. I'm like, did it happen? Hey, sheep. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. But I really need you to have more baby sheepies, please. I wonder if they have like a breeding season or something like that, because they mentioned some of the animals do and some of the animals don't. Oh, do I have the cloth on me still? No, let's go grab some. Is that why your sheep and pigs don't have babies yet? Yeah, so not all of the animals have a breeding season, but some of them do, and I have no idea which ones do and don't. But that would be my guesses to that. Alright, and that should block off this whole side. Aw, yeah, gonna have ourselves a dandelion salad. Mmm. Just chucking some diced flowers in a bowl and eating it. Yeah, so my immediate plan wasn't to go after seeking wheels. My immediate plan was there's the farmhouse down there, and actually there could be a car in front of it for all I know. I don't remember. We've been by it, I don't think there was a car. But there's a house to the south that also has a tool shed that maybe has loot in it. And I think the other one's a barn. I actually don't expect there to be anything in the barn. But it is those things that there's only one way to find out. Or if there is something in the barn, I expect it to be not particularly useful. We're also due for the helicopter. And no helicopter today. We're also getting pretty close to the point that I'm probably going to have to find a jacket soon. Or at least, probably not jacket. Let's watch these bodies and see if we can't find a tank top. That's probably all I need. Just chuck a tank top. We can get a jacket later when it starts to get colder. Because also we're still in our EMT clothes. Granted, it's hard to make it out with the incredible layers of gore we've got on ourselves. 3 holes is a pretty worthless tank top. Oh, boo, get out of here. That's fine. Yeah, so just up this road is where that farmhouse was that we were working on. There's a decent number of zombies between us and there, but that's fine. We're getting a little bit better at our weapons each step of the way. Alright, yeah, we can wear... what? How much do you weigh? Okay, I mean, if we wear it, it's not much. Look, we're living our best life. We're gonna have our choker. It's fine. We're in the zombie apocalypse. Who's gonna tell us no? Gonna live our best life. Hey, Randall. Yeah, that's one that makes me curious. Like, when your sheep or cows, whatever, are getting ready to have a baby, even if they haven't had it yet, will they already start producing milk? Because in real life, that would be a thing. Like, I don't know, there's like an amounts different or something that happens. But at the same time, I also don't really care if it's real life or not. How it works. It's mostly like, what do I gotta do to get that sweet, sweet butter? Everyone knows the answer to delicious food is more butter. Not always. Not always. I've had some pretty greasy butter fests before where you're like, alright, hang on, you may have actually discovered too much butter here. Can you fix a window with glass making? I have absolutely no idea. I do know you can fix a window without glass making. You just need a crowbar. You go up to a window that's intact, and you use the, on the top left, the little pick-up thing, and you can select the window and attempt to pick up the window. Because the idea is you pry it out of its frame. That said, there is a pretty good amount, like, the odds of just shattering it in its frame is pretty high. Why can't you butcher this rabbit you found? Is it either frozen or rotten? If it's either of those two, you won't be able to butcher it. If it's frozen, it's still you have knives. Are the knives dull? Like, do they have no more sharpness left on them? Because I think that'll also cause your knives to stop working as well. The most immersive thing in Project Zomboid, just throwing an entire stick of butter in every single soup just because. I know, right? Just the butter. Nothing else, just butter. It's butter soup. And by that I mean it's literally just butter. And you melted it, and you call it soup. In reality, I think you actually do have to have water in Project Zomboid, but you get the idea. Just the endless series of prescription glasses all over the ground everywhere. Yeah, we've killed a few rabbits. They've, the last rabbit, we butchered it, and we got 0.0, is like 0.03 or 0.05 encumbrance worth of rabbit after I butchered it. Which gave me 2 hunger. Like, literally eating a berry was better for my hunger. Right now, the hunting and butchering needs some serious love. I'm genuinely curious what happened to the rest of the rabbit when we did that. Like, how badly did we pulverize the rest of that rabbit? They were like, nope, it's total loss. Can't eat any of this. Somehow, absolutely shattered the bones into millions of pieces and, you know, evenly distributed them throughout the rest of it. We'll literally die trying to eat this. Mashed meat. Hey, Authentic Peach, it's good to see you. So it's like the opposite of bangers and mash. You just have like mashed rabbit meat and then like baked potato. You butchered a deer you found as roadkill and got 200 hunger worth of Estus steaks. Right, the question isn't the hunger there, it's the calories. The deer seemed like not great to okay from the calories. The hunger on the deer felt relatively okay. But for me, when it comes to meat, I always worry about the calories. Because in Product Zomboid, meat make calorie go up, veggie make calorie go down. So weight up, weight down. Yeah, now the deer we killed, because we killed 3 deer, and I was barely able to get my weight loss to stop very briefly butchering and consuming 3 whole deer in like a day and a half. Which I'm like, my goodness, do I need to like genuinely kill 3-4 deer every single day just to sustain my weight? That's interesting. Like, I realize there's a variance on the deer, so I may not have gotten that. The one that really threw me was butchering 4 adult pigs. And coming to the realization that each one of the steaks that I got out of it was about 90 calories each. And each pig was between 4 and 7 chunks of meat. And so we sat there like, literally the time I'm taking to butcher this pig and then walking has consumed all the calories I've gained from these pigs. Yeah, discarding Forage Jam no longer gives XP. I don't think it's intended. I would guess it's a bug. But I also don't know that for sure one way or the other. Because it'd be a pretty weird and arbitrary thing to get rid of. And then the counterplay is you pick up everything and you just dump it back on the ground, which will eventually cause performance issues with your save, because you have a bajillion items everywhere. So I'm assuming it was just an unintended bug that something got broken. As opposed to an intended bug. Like, just the same we tested the other day that, people were figuring out that, for whatever reason, the poisonous mushrooms in Build 42 are nowhere near as dangerous as they were in Build 41. I also think that's a bug. I also reported that one to the devs. I'm like, right now, poison mushrooms are not really a thing worth worrying about too much unless you're really kind of going for it. And to me, that was always the big thing with mushrooms, is like they were relatively good hunger, and pretty common. But it was just if you didn't have the ability to identify the good ones from the bad ones, it was kind of an all or nothing gamble. And to me, that was the balance. It's also the thing I felt gave the herbalist trait its main value. Was being able to identify which ones are poison and not, versus if they do trivialize the poison, which, again, I don't think was intended, so I would not get used to doing it. Because that's the kind of thing you'll get in the habit of doing it, and you'll just autopilot, eat that berry, and they'll have fixed it, and your character is just dead now. Let's see. Wilderness knowledge a bit too strong in your opinion? Yeah, I think it could remain that strong. I think they need to increase its point cost if it's going to stay that way. So either weaken it or increase the point cost. Because, yeah, it is a real solid trait. Yeah, 10-point coster? Yeah, because it's what? Four different skills get 1 point? Which I think puts it literally at the most points you get out of one skill. I don't know. I could see it going one of two ways. Well, actually, I could see 3 things. I could see, 1, they just increase the cost. That's probably the easiest one to say, bam, it's 10 points now. And even then, it would still be really strong. Like, it'd still be like 10 points. Yeah, I'll take it. You know, if I was making a character that wasn't 0 to hero. I could also see them splitting it up into 2 different skills. So one that focuses on the trapping side, one that focuses on the fishing side or something. Like, you get the idea. Taking all its perks and just dividing it between 2 separate things that each cost like 6 or something like that, where independently they're in line with the other stuff. But like, there is a synergy there, so it's very likely if you take one, you might take both. Pain's doing numbers to us. Our damage, real bad right now. I would lean towards wanting them to keep the recipe. So if you wanted to start with that, but maybe you lose the skill points or something. Yeah, no, my thought, though, is Dark. Let's say you want to run your, like, I want to fish. That's the thing. I think I would be in favor of splitting it up into 2 separate skills. Make them both, like, 6 points or 5 points, whatever they feel is fair, somewhere in that ballpark. So slightly more expensive than it is now. So you could take them both, but, you know, that's a pretty big point investment. And all that. But I think the idea is for people who want to be like, hey, I want to fish. That's what I want to do. Like, have a path to be like, I want to be like an outdoorsy fishing person. I feel like there should be a route to be able to start off with that right from the beginning. Because I'm assuming we're going to see some adjustments to fishing where, like, you need to gain a couple levels before you start getting a really good fish and all that, versus, like, right now fishing, from my understanding, I've seen people pulling up, like, the 44, 45 encumbrance fish where they stare at it for a hot minute and go, I guess I'm taking off my clothes to be able to carry this fish. My clothes plus fish is too much for my character to ever carry. Game literally says no. So I guess it's drop the jacket and everything. Oh, we got a real bad damage penalty from the severe pain. So we have the slow attack speed. I really wanted to go for the step, but it's fine, whatever. Back off and not play that game. Yeah, it's R, and I think it's Shift R or Control R or something like that is the 2 different ones. It's one that bothers me too. I'm like, what? Why is it not one and then the other? Why do you have these like weird individual control kind of things? So what I want you to do is separate out really well. Or that works too. Yeah, because now too I can just shove them around and... Not exactly how I wanted that to go, but it does work. Okay. Do you have to clean bandages so you don't get infection? No. To be clear, for those who don't know, behind the scenes with a zombie infection, literally the very precise second you get hit, it is decided if you have the zombie infection or not. There's no action whatsoever from the moment you got hit by the zombie that could change that outcome. If you disinfect everything, slap the disinfection. No, I got a friendship bracelet on already. You can only wear one because it's 1-for-1 risk than the watch for the other. But I already got the friendship bracelets. As far as the ring goes, all of those do add to your carry weight. Honestly, me carrying this choker is a little bit of wasted carry weight, but not enough. Yeah, now I realize they have rings. They all add up. I got 8 carry weight. You have it set to instant kill, you don't like weighing? Yeah, a lot of people do. That's fine when you've played a while. My general advice for new players, though, is, at least for a little while, don't set the instant infection to kill you. And the reason I would recommend that is the moment you get infected, use that as here's the things I don't feel great doing, comfortable doing, as in, I don't feel like I can pull it off without dying, like drive fast, shoot guns, that kind of thing. Well, you don't have to worry about that dying part. That's a foregone conclusion. Jump in that sports car you saw earlier in town and just go driving. Just send it. You know, Guns Blazing, first real characters rite of passage. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. I think it's really good to sit there and be like, okay, I'm not comfortable taking on really big groups of enemies. All right, go grab your weapons, go pick a whole rally group, and just see how long you can make it. Like, figure out your limits. Figure out like where you can get up to before you get yourself in trouble. You know, do that kind of thing. It's a perfect time for stepping way outside what you think you can pull off. Because then if you verify you can't pull it off, you didn't lose anything. And if you pull it off, well, you do that a couple times, and now you're doing that as normal things in your run, because you know you're able to pull that off. So I think it's very valuable to take advantage. Now granted, once you've been playing for a long time, and you got a really good feel of what you can and can't do, you know, sure. We're still in a lot of pain, so we're going to do terrible damage. But it was a little early for me to head back. Really hope we could die. Oh, come on. Both those knives are utterly terrible and our damage is horrible. I don't want to break my other tools. Hey man, I got a stick for you. Here, you can put it with your other broken stick. They match. Here's a thick skull. I mean, the big thing is we're in a lot of pain, so our damage is pretty badly penalized. All down to the other one? Ah, too slow. It's fine. We'll use the corn to, like, get them all mired up so we can spread them out a little bit so I can fight them. So the goal here is to try and get one of them to cross straight across, while the other ones I want to make them walk along it. So yeah, so this one here in the black shirt. There we go. Come on, pull down. Okay. Let's see, you missed the actual conversation about it, but one, to reinforce what you said, the biggest leaps in Project Zomboid fighting came from being infected, throwing caution to the wind, deciding to just go fight a gigantic hordes build. Yeah, exactly. Same here. We're just like, well, we're dying, so let's just see how far I can push myself. You know, get yourself like a half backpack full of vitamins or whatever you've hoarded over the time. A bunch, like, you know, as many weapons as you can carry, and just go until you can't go anymore. Start to feel out, like, when was the point that, like, I was no longer making, you know, headway, that I was kind of doing the downward spiral. Where was that line? And you start to get a good feel for that, because it is a big thing about being able to figure out, like, when am I still okay to keep pushing, you know, out like a little past where I'm comfortable, like keep pushing and I should be all right, versus when it's like, no, this is the time to cut my losses and run. You can start to get a feel for that doing that kind of thing. I know it kind of sucks having that whole, like, well, your run is lost. What's the point of continuing? You got 2 days at best case scenario before you die. You know, what is the value of me continuing the run? And that's usually the reason I preface it by saying, like, hey, early on, it's a great way to kind of find and push your limits. It's about sending a message. Yup. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, you watch where we could, like, sit there and grab groups of zombies and hoard them and move them around. When you're first learning, that's a real high-risk thing. But it's one of those skills that once you learn it is incredibly powerful. Drop off these knives. Drop off this. Drop off you. It's all fine. This is also knowing how close a zombie can be and how long I need to be in its strike zone to actually get hit. Yeah. Hey, Smoky or Silver. I personally am on Team Dr. Pepper. I actually don't really care that much, though. But if I have my choices, I'll drink Dr. Pepper over Coke. And over Pepsi, too. But it's also now those ones that people like, oh, I like this one more. It's like, alright, well, you're wrong. It's like, no. It's a preference thing. Who cares? Okay, so let's go ahead, and we got a little bit of time till the day's done. One, two, three, four. We can chop down a couple of trees. Yeah, and there's tricks you do learn over time about, like, how much you can get away with, tricks to avoid getting grabbed, so even when you're on top of a zombie. Tip for somebody who just bought Project Zomboid. My first recommendation as a new player is find a weapon and go fight a zombie. Keep doing that until you can do that where you don't get all shredded up by a bunch of zombies, you know, before you win. Because the way, as far as I'm concerned, when you're early on in the game, if you avoid fights just as a principle, all you're going to do is have runs that survive up until the moment you get stuck fighting, and then you're going to die. So you might as well rip that band-aid off and go pick some fights until you can manage to fight at least small numbers and not get hurt most of the time. The second thing I'd recommend is I just tell new players, slow down. And I mean that by every meaning of that phrase, slow down. You might think you're about to die of dehydration, you really urgently need to do stuff. You don't. It takes a while.
Thank you, Zero XPs, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Zero XPs, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, and I really do appreciate that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. You'll have, and thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. You'll have a lot of people who, like, jog and run around the map everywhere. Don't do that. This isn't Dark Souls. You don't sit there and you hit the enemy and you tap out your endurance and then you back off and you just wait like 10 seconds and you're right back into it. The stamina / endurance in this game recovers very slowly. Very slowly. It also has a feedback loop with how sleepy you are, where as you get more exhausted, you get sleepier. As you get sleepier, you recover from exhaustion slower. So you get where this is going. That if you're playing in that manner where you're running around everywhere, you're basically just shortening what you can get done in the day out of impatience. Like literally think of your endurance bar as, this is how much I can get done in a day, and the more you're running, the more you're draining what you can get done in a day, doing anything that is like actually useful. Yep, no, you gotta sleep. And a lot of your major tasks will take endurance as well. So just kind of one of those things to really watch a lot of that stuff, because you can get yourself in a lot of trouble by just treating it like any other game where you just go running around real fast and doing whatever and jumping over stuff and all that. And then you get into your first fight and the zombies just walk all over you and you're like, why am I so terrible at fighting? And you're not noticing that, like, over here your character is like practically hacking up their lung, they're so tired. And they're like half asleep and all that. Let's see, the game sounds sweet on TikTok, but it sounds like it has the hype shocked. It's not more popular. The hype shocked. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that phrase. It's unfamiliar to me. And Project Zomboid's been a popular game for an extremely long time. It has the hype. I'm shocked it's not. Oh, yeah. I understand. Gotcha. How old is the game? That is actually a question that has a lot that goes into it. Technically, it's been around for over 10 years. But we're also talking early access things and all of that. So, it is one of those questions that the correct answer is 11 years or 12 years, depending on how you want to define it. But also, it kind of like, even saying that number is like, okay, kind of, sort of, ish, yes. One man, no, it's not one man dev team. No, it's got a team. Like an actual team behind it. But yeah, no, actually Project Zomboid does have a pretty significant following. That said, even having that significant, well, are those draining in water? No, okay. Even with that significant following and everything, it is still a niche game in the sense that isometric is a big like thing that a lot of people are just not into, and that's fine. You have like the really brutal, you know, when you die your run's over, start from scratch kind of thing, is another mechanic that is really kind of niche. You don't have a lot of people who enjoy playing games of that style. So there's also a lot of people who are just really not into zombies, and you get the idea. So it does a lot of things that do make it really special, but also do also limit the number of people who would be particularly interested in. Really hope to get around that somehow people don't like the grind. Yeah. There's also, it can be a very slow and grindy game too. But yeah. We woke up. I'm guessing it's a nightmare because we still have all the sheep in the back, so there's definitely not a zombie behind our house. You know, Build 42, you can also go into the settings and be like, hey, crank away up. You feel like if you enjoyed DayZ, you'd like Zomboid? That's a bit of a complicated one, because like I said, it kind of is its own unique thing. There's just really not another game out there that does hit the same kind of stuff it does. Alright, well, since we had a nightmare today, which means we're going to get sleepy earlier today, because we didn't get a good night's sleep, this definitely means today's probably going to be the day that the helicopter lands, because that's just going to be my luck. Is that we'll get ourselves, like, not as good sleep, so we can't be out as long, and also that you'll have the helicopter that arrives at, like, 7 p.m., making me have to stay out extra late, and really pushing my character to the limits. Closest kind of product Zomboid is probably Kenshi. I would definitely say product Zomboid is more like Kenshi than like a lot of other games. Now Kenshi had like the whole squad-based thing, and it falls more into like the old oh, what is it? The old mud style combat where you walk up to the other person and your character just does flips and they, get, damage numbers come up and all that. And, like, they dodge on their own versus Product Zomboid, you handle that part of the game. But still. I would say so far as, like, it being a brutal world where they can kill your character and all that, the big difference being in Kenshi, laying face down on the ground in your own blood is literally just how you level a lot of stuff. You do it until it stops happening. Whereas Product Zomboid is very... You gotta do no-hit runs or you die. Any hit by a zombie is potentially fatal. Alright. So I'll have to do for right now, because I don't want to drag that out. I'm just trying to make sure we're at least getting some progress on that at all times. Or, it's just not sitting there stagnating, because that's our carpentry. Ooh, that's a good find. So not sure what we're going to do with the sheep, because right now... I'm going to keep the sheep, sorry. Not sure what we're going to do about gaining weight, because right now we have the sheep, but they're not producing milk because they don't have a baby yet. And I'm really hoping that potentially happens soon. Can you zoom on the map so you can see your location? Sure. So right now, where we're at, this is Echo Creek up this area. So that's the new area there. I don't think we have any other cities revealed right now, so I can't really show you a comparison. But yeah, so it's like right here is the new town. Right there, Echo Creek. And like this is the cultist compound, so Neil's farm or whatever they call it. Why do I not have a door? There was no door in the building and I don't know how to make doors. Doors are complicated. Alright. The Zomboids are gatekeeping. They're gatekeeping the Rural doors. Doors are complicated, they swing both ways. Some do. You just gotta treat them on a door-by-door basis. Understand the way each door works. The sheeps have a mating season. It starts in September. Honestly, that wouldn't be terrible. Because if they mate in September, that's about the time I'm going to start struggling with food. Like, we're going to start getting pretty badly underweight. So if it starts in September, that means they're going to start producing milk right around the time I'm going to need milk. Oh, be quiet, rabbit. I've only killed, like, 1 or 2 of you so far. Just the ones that were silly enough to, like, run straight at me. Because, I mean, you could accept fate if you want, I guess. One does not look at the rabbit that runs straight into a lion and go, you know what? That rabbit deserved better. You'd be like, nah, that rabbit right there, not a smart rabbit. Yeah, this rabbit has chosen death. The classic from RimWorld. Every time we have, like, some random animal when I'm starving self-tames, you're like, okay. If that's what you really want, animal, I am very hungry right now, so if you would like to just welcome yourself right over here by the butcher's table, you know, I'm hungry, you're made out of meat, we can come to, I would say, mutually beneficial decision, but let's be real, it's not. It's I got what I wanted, and the rabbit made poor life choices. I just saw one of the zombies cut across here. Yeah, would you mind just getting in this pot of boiling water with the vegetables? It'd really make my life easier. Gonna move on to the next axe. Okay. The Milquetoast Claire had a weird situation in her game earlier. What's your opinion? She gained queasy, then sick out of nowhere. Not near zombies, didn't eat anything bad, and lost tons of health until she washed her clothing. Or washed her character. Chat, maybe corpse sickness from character's filthy clothes? I have not seen my character get anything close to sick from clothes. So I don't know. I'd be really surprised if they added that. And if they did, I would feel like that's the kind of thing that they wouldn't they would broadcast. The same thing like when they changed how oh, what was it? I think it was how the water had worked. That it used to be safe to drink, you know, whatever water, and supposedly it had been nerfed that, you know, the water had become way more dangerous. And I think it stayed that way for, like, all of a week. But, they did put on blast being like, hey, you've been drinking from, like, pools and lakes and that. You really don't want to do that. Like, change is coming. Bad times are afoot. So they kind of warned everyone ahead of time. If we need to keep our clothes clean to not die, it'd be another one of those things that'd be like, no, no. Alright, it's a helicopter day. Did I actually turn off that raid, or is it still on? Because sometimes it'll turn itself off. Yeah, so it did not turn itself off, so it would have just drained my batteries if I would have left it like that. Okay, so the helicopter can arrive as early as 9 a.m. And as late as 7 p.m. And that's the arrival time, not like, it doesn't hit 7 p.m. and the helicopter immediately pieces out. It could show up at 7 a.m. Or sorry, 7 p.m. And if it does, it could stay something like to like 9-ish p.m. or something like that if it does 4 passes. Is there a way that, then to predict the helicopter? Yeah, so if you get the emergency broadcast channel, you can check to see if the helicopter will show up that day. You have to check it at 8 a.m. or after, though, and the helicopter can show up at 9 a.m. So at a minimum, you're getting a 1-hour in-game notice that it's coming. So right now, I'm just going to explore a bit. We're going to do like we did the last one, and my goal is just, how far away can I take the helicopter? It's kind of the entire thought process here. So not trying to strategically pull the zombies to any given place like we were in our last run. It's just my strat... Ooh, 9 a.m.er right at the start of the day. No break. Alright. Someone started their day with a coffee. Woke up, got their coffee, and got right in the cockpit. I can work with this. That's fine. So yeah, my intention right now is I'm just going to walk south. There's another road that we took it to last time. Oh, here, before we forget. It's 7:31. Okay, so we're going to go right here. Helicopter second, I believe. 087? We'll say that. 31? Yeah. 93. Yeah, so that's our second helicopter. Yeah, so you can see this one is on the 31st and that one is on the 17th. So they were 14 days apart. Not up early, probably up late. But yeah, it is one of those things that, like, normally you only get one helicopter in a run, and then it's done. We have our settings all juiced up and terrible, so the helicopter for me can keep coming back again and again. On average... Sorry, I shouldn't say on average. The earliest for me it can show up is 10 days apart, but it can be significantly longer than that. I have seen over 20 days, but usually it's around day 14 to 16 at the latest that I'll typically see it. So most months I'll see 2, sometimes 3 helicopters. It's like one right at the beginning of the month, one at the middle, and one at the end. But it's usually 2 most months. Might as well forage while we wait. Yeah, and the helicopter just flies in circles. It generally causes mayhem. So we got forest to our left. And it looks like this field is also taking a little angle here. I'm not going to cut through the trees during a helicopter. That sounds like a good way to die. But yes, I'm partly exploring to see if there's just anything interesting beyond farms here, if there's any roads that cut across. Mostly the plan is to continue walking around to this helicopter, try and draw the zombies just in the middle of nowhere. So where I could ditch them and not care about it at all. But I'm going by the general strategy this time of my entire strategy with the helicopter is away from home. And I'm going to want to keep away from home to the south because I do have water to the north of my house. so the zombies won't be able to realistically attack me from the north. I can also go west. Well, there's a bit more space between me. There is a river or a creek or whatever that goes along the east of my home. That it's like a block away or whatever. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So south and west of, like, taking the helicopter that direction means I shouldn't see almost any zombies at home, because I just can't get there from the directions that way. The downside is as we run around here and we draw more and more zombies this direction, this area will start getting more and more dangerous. Is this a one and done? I think it's one pass. We'll give it to just like 20-30 after the next hour. Yeah. And see if it does another pass, and if not, we'll consider it done. Because a helicopter can do between 1 to 4 passes on default settings. It leads out with a megaphone. It's like, hey you, sucks to be you. See you in a bit over a week, buddy. I mean, what I could do is just ignore the helicopter timer, or the time entirely. Make our way over here to where we know the road is, and if it's not back by then, we'll just consider it done. So, I did figure this is going to be a little bit of a snooze fest back here so far as things to look at.
Thank you, Randall.
And was not surprised.
For gifting the sub to Tonzuki.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 gifty subs, and then triggering Valorant to give me an extra gifty sub, so 6 gifty subs.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to the Omega Reaper.
I really do appreciate that. That was a whole lot of generosity you just showed. So thank you so much for that. And for everyone who just got themselves some nice, sweet subs and all that, you now have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing.
For gifting a sub to the Vandal _Thrill.
As well as access to the emotes. And thank you for the biddy sent you cookie. I appreciate that as well.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Hayitsley.
All right.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting a sub to Freakout GG.
What's going on? People gifted a bunch of subs, kicked out. Well, I mean, Randall Thor gifted 5 subs, which then there's a bonus sub thing going on right now.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Zabulance.
Yeah, there's a bonus gift sub thing going on where anytime you gift 5 subs or more, Valorant will throw a minimum of 1 extra sub on top.
Yay.
But it can be up to, I believe, double the number of subs. It could be even higher, but that's what I'm aware of. And thank you, Cookie, for those biddies. So yeah, just chat's being supportive and generous. Do that real fast so we don't have like an ad interrupt the hype train. Yeah, so you'll take advantage of the Valorant thing. Yeah. No, that's super appreciated. Like, Twitch has been doing a lot of these kind of promotions lately where it's like, hey, if you gift 5 subs, you know, we'll throw an extra sub on, like, you know, between 1 and, like, 200% of the subs more and all that. You know, it's random chance, so yeah, you'll have a lot of times you'll just get that 1 extra sub and you'll be like, oh man. But then you still stop and go, you know, that is that much more support.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting a sub to Fisting Pirate.
And thank you, Revenge, for giving out 5 more gifty subs, and then getting an extra sub out of Valorant as well. I'm 75% to completing my sub goal. What is my sub goal?
A sub to Red Mike 2023.
I forgot to upgrade my sub goal in forever. I'm willing to bet it was much higher from when people were subbing way more.
Thank you, Revenge24, for gifting a sub to Koopy Coop 2.
So thank you so much for those gifty subs. I really do appreciate it. All the people who just got themselves some gifty subs. You got yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not.
24 for gifting a sub to Just Jamie Lee.
And thank you for that support as well. Alright, so the helicopter was one and done. It was a bit of a snoozer helicopter, but that's the way it is sometimes. Generally speaking with the
Thank
helicopter.
you Revenge24 for gifting a sub to just some 01DGUI.
Generally speaking with the helicopter, if it is, if it passes just once or twice, usually a pretty big snoozer.
Thank you Revenge24 for gifting a sub to Hero of Z0.
But if it does do, like, 2 or more like, if it does more than 2 passes, it could get pretty spicy. And the way to think of it is every pass, it kind of can draw zombies from a bit farther away. So when you get to 3 and 4, it's got a pretty good range of distance it could pull potentially zombies from. Now, granted, if you're in the middle of absolutely nowhere, it won't be that many, and that's part of what's helping us right now, is we've got... If we actually look at the map real fast, you can kind of see that there's this river here. So that river comes up this way, and I believe crosses over here somewhere, but it comes along here. It also goes down along this way. So when you look at where we're at right now, the up and the right are completely blocked off from the zombies, other than like this little bridge. So this is a particularly interesting spot in that if you pull the helicopters down in this area, yes, you'll get zombies from all out here, because like I think Ekron is over here Yeah, I think Ekron's over here somewhere. You've got the big city down here, so eventually that'll start getting really hot from the zombies coming in from this side. But this side we're basically defended from. So eventually we'll start getting a lot of zombies from the town below that'll start moving into our area. What are you? Okay. I guess we're living this life now. Got ourselves a pair of bunny ears. I think I've seen those like twice in the entire time I've played. It's just I don't end up at the places where you look for those. Thank you again for all that support. Kicking us up into a level 4 hype train. So thank you so much for that. That's incredibly generous for all of you. Yeah, it's just a little kawaii. It was just weird that I saw, like, both this and a dart, and I was like, both those things, like, man, you do not see those very often. Not that the dart's useful. Sadly, like, you can't... Unless something's changed, you can't use this weapon. Where did the dart go? Did I accidentally discard it? I didn't think I did. I guess the dart just ceased to exist. Okay. Those places? Yeah. It's the mods that really have the wild places. The mods are where the wild places go up, where you have like strip clubs and all. And granted, they don't show, I mean, there probably is ones that have actual nudity stuff. But generally they don't show like actual nudity. It's just not that kind of game, even in the mods a lot of times. There are some cursed mods out there, so believe me, if you're looking, you could probably find. Yeah, so this is the vehicle we have the key for that does run, but unfortunately you'll notice there's a wheel missing right there, and I don't have what I need to replace it. Rule 34 of the internet? Exactly. I already got... There's already... Okay. I don't really need a key, it's right there. Oh, I forgot we had all the radios in here that we were saving for batteries. Guess let's put the spare in here. Keys have weight, so I don't want to carry it. Alright, so we had the hype train level 4 at 4% with 11 gifted subs. That's... Wait, because... No, because there's 2 people gifted 5 subs, and then Valorant did the... It's whatever. 11 gifted subs at 100 base. I think it missed a sub to count. I think one of the Valorant subs didn't get counted for some reason. I'm not picking up that big old stone. It's 10 carry weight. Yeah, so that one, we didn't end up having to go very far. I'm deliberately running on, or not running, I'm deliberately walking the road, hoping to find bits of flint. But it's fine. And we already stole the radios out of these cars, and they're wrecked, so we'll never be able to drive them. They're only good for being taken apart and stuff like that now. Which I did actually take. Let's put this back on. It'll give us a little bit of mechanics XP. Or not. Well, you can just keep it then. I don't have the wrenches on me anymore. Yeah, no, if I find the jack, I already have the tire, not the tire iron, the tire and wrench. You know, the one you can't use as a weapon, but it does work. I do actually have that. I just need to find a jack, and once I have a jack, I can steal a wheel off those, and even if it won't get me very far, you know, it'll be fine. Like, it'll work a little bit. Because then, weirdly, it can become this big project thing in the game where we just slowly fix the ambulance. Probably not worth it, to be entirely honest. But yeah, so I'm trying to also learn my lesson from my last character's death, and even though we're nowhere near nighttime, I'm beelining back home immediately while it's daylight, just in case some really weird thing went wrong and the zombies got pulled north somehow. That we can clean them up while it's daylight and I can see what I'm doing. And then what happens if we get there and everything's fine, then instead what we do is we'll just, you know, work on cleaning up stuff around the house. Yeah, so we're deliberately not taking apart these radios right now. I have batteries in them that are fully charged. And so I've been keeping the batteries in them, because right now there's a bug that the batteries will slowly drain if I put them on a shelf, so this is the workaround. Is you leave them inside stuff like radios and flashlights. And then when you know you need a battery, you take one of them, you take the battery on, then you can just disassemble the piece of electronic equipment. There's a problem for you too, zombies randomly camping the base at night. Can you leave them in boxes of batteries? Oh, is there like an actual item that's like a box of batteries? As long as it doesn't work like a storage box of some kind. Right now there's a whole thing. You think it's actually a loading and saving bug, not time bug? That could be. I haven't looked into at all like what contributes to it. You can find boxes of batteries now, semi-rare? Don't know. All I know is batteries that are loose, if you don't have them in something, like, they will just drain. Are those bunny ears? Yeah, you didn't see us get those? I found them on the ground. They had blood on them. They immediately went on our head. We gave up our fedora for the bunny ears. You're making a banger sandwich? That's fair. Yeah, so we ditched the boring old fedora and got ourselves some bunny ears. So we are currently dressed as an EMT, covered in a bunch of blood, and then we've got, you know, bunny ears. Probably fine. I'm assuming by banger sandwich meant like sausage? Oh, no, okay. That's way different than I thought. When you said banger, I thought you were talking like bangers and mash. Not like literally a banger and mash sandwich, but you know, a banger sandwich as in a sausage sandwich. That what you typed also sounds... Oh, no, never mind. There is kielbasa. There is sausage in there. I have misread. Kielbasa is a really good sausage at that. Kielbasa is probably Tomb's favorite sausage. Every once in a while, we'll go out our way to get some kielbasa. Yeah, that's the heckin' wild sandwich. That's way better than some bunny ears. You brought enough for the class, right? Right? And to be clear, I'm referring to myself as a class, and the rest of you are on your own. Look, man. Every once in a while, you gotta be selfish. And I'm choosing that time for me to be right now. Trade the sandwich for the bunny ears? I mean, honestly, if that was an actual option, that sandwich sounds fantastic. I would 100% in person take that offer up. Alright. So bear with me, chat. We're about to get caught with an ad break, and I ran out of something to drink a little while ago, and I am getting thirsty. So I'm going to go ahead and grab myself a drink, stretch my legs, do all that stuff, and I'll be back in just a minute. So just hang out a little bit. We'll be back here in just a minute, and thank you so much for tuning in. Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier. It's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that was what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping.
What is going on?
A raid.
He installed the musical alarm.
Welcome to the nuclear reactor. Here we dance. We dance like there's no tomorrow. Dance with me. Dance.
Who needs sonar when we have beats? I mean, the accordion makes it.
I had no idea that this sub was rated for Europop.
Well, it's not. No, that'll definitely overload the reactor vent with a kill us all.
I don't think I've had nearly enough drugs for this.
That sounds like a you problem.
I'm sure that looks better in
Doc,
theirs,
can I
like
get hit with some
headbanging.
of that sweet morphine?
Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. Act on the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. If at first you don't learn your lesson, honk the horn more. Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
It is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
I love you.
Tuma's just like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj's like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. I know what he... All right, and I am back. Yeah, no, Raj is hot. I love that these silly little things are what become like the memes that stick around the channel. Like the Tomb Taps thing, the Raj is hot. All that. The ones that have just stuck around forever. Alright, so we're gonna keep working on... Oh, here we can. Not knowing what a cow is? Of course. I mean, well, that's just because she doesn't know what a cow is. She'll figure it out one of these days. Maybe. Alright. But yeah, you know, those things have kind of become the culture of the channel, as it were. Alright. So since we got back way early, because we did deal with the helicopter, we're just playing it safe. We're gonna do some base work real fast. That's fine. And every little bit we'll get the things we need going. Because it would be good to close this whole thing off so I don't have to worry about this anymore. Can I see how much food is in there? Yeah, 16. You barely eat. Really being held up by clay? Any suggestions? Clay is one of those things that is going to be just slow. My best luck I've had with clay is I just forage along the river's edge, I forage along roads, and I forage in, like, farm fields. Those are where I found the most clay. Now, I do understand, like, some of the things you need to make clay require, like, 20 clay here, 13 clay there, that kind of stuff. And it's just one of those things that you're really just going to have to deal with the fact that it's going to take time. So, like, it's not one of those things I wouldn't be like, hey, I am going to focus on getting clay. I would just do other stuff while foraging as you're walking around and getting little bits of clay here and there. Because I think if you try and focus exclusively on getting the clay going, it is just going to be one of those things that's going to feel very grindy and tedious. Whereas if you're just getting a little bit of clay here and there, like little by little, it won't feel nearly as bad. Because there's a spawn advanced forge apprentice if you want to play around with the blacksmithing. Yeah. Yeah, because of all tree chopping, it's only 6 PM and we're already sleepy. This is basically the same way the day that we died in our last character kind of went, so far as like our energy levels and all that. It's just the big difference here is unlike last time where we were away from base and came home and there was like zombies just waiting for me here. Because I approached it with a certain level of paranoia and just immediately beelined back home after the helicopter. Like, had there been zombies here, we could have probably taken care of them relatively quickly. Alright. Yeah, no, I have noticed a lot of the new crafting skills that they're not easy to do by themselves. Like, you either need to find loot to help kind of bootstrap it, or they have some other dependency you gotta work on, which I think is fine. But it does create that whole problem in the early game where just like, I don't have the thing I need. Chop down a little tree here. keep the sheep's area all taken care of. Cool. So I don't think I have enough of the ripped fabric for this. Let's grab some more. You don't know if you'd call October early game feels mid game? Well, for me, early game isn't like how long your character's been alive. Because you can have a run that you're, 5 months survived and you're still sitting at like nimble 2 because you've just lived out in the wilderness for the whole time. And you've just kind of chilled and stayed safe. So your skills are all kind of languishing. So that is a thing that can happen. So for me, it's more of a skill level thing between early and mid game and all that. Now, granted, it could just be, I need to spend a bit more time to figure out like where, like, because low levels and nimble could still be mid game because nimble levels so freaking slowly, and I have no concept of how long it takes to level blacksmithing and all that right now. All right. Have you been curious how viable it is to bootstrap from the wilderness currently? Since you recall, that's what the Indie Stone's goals with the crafting rework. It's definitely feeling way better than it ever has been. Like you've always been able to survive indefinitely in the wilderness. It was just the way it used to be. You never really got any cool tools or anything. It was mostly just kind of garbage things there. But you haven't even found iron ore yet. You fly around in God mode with 50% of the time. That's not great. Oh yeah, nowhere near done. Like this is they're trying to get like the core things in, and that was it. Alright. Come on. I believe this will be a 4-logger. Yeah, for those who don't know, Retinaro, absolutely fantastic content creator. Really does a lot of stuff to like test and figure things out and all that. Been doing a lot of troubleshooting and fine-tuning to figure out what things work how in the current build and all that. All right. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna grab all this, toss that in our bag. Yeah, so drop follow with Retinaru. Really good again. For like, whenever there's something that are like, we don't know how this works, does lots of really solid testing and all that. A lot of what we know about the things happening in Project Zomboid under the covers, as it were, behind the scenes, that kind of thing. A lot of that comes from Retinaru's testing. Many zombies on 6 Days Pop. Yes. Let's see, you ran into a game-ending bug in your save too. All schematics that are supposed to have 4 or 5 random recipes have lost their recipes. Weird. Let's see, like, Build Pro 1 is totally being at the mercy of finding almost anything and everything through foraging. Wait, it wasn't particularly immersive. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You actually can get away without finding much of anything and surviving in the wilderness, but that's the thing. Surviving versus actually doing cool stuff like building big houses or anything like that. Sure, you could technically do it if you really stretched things a bit. But it was just one of those things that wouldn't be satisfying to do it because of how much just grinding, foraging to just hopefully get lucky and find your saw. Versus I feel like there's definitely a lot of opportunity now. Now, one of the problems we have now is some of those earlier skills, getting that first point, is a real pain in the butt. Like, getting maintenance 1, if you're not able to go into town and loot weapons or whatever, is pretty rough. Because most of the things you do to get maintenance require maintenance 1. You just gotta get lucky with weapon drops and then use those weapons to get 1. You know, 1 fighting zombies or similar. And then after that, you can start making the sharpening stones and all that nonsense. Oh yeah, no, 16 times pop, you're gonna be really depending on foraging. Gonna knock out this 4-logger. Yeah, you're just not getting in town. Yeah, this whole run, we've looted the house we live in. We've looted a farm to the west. We've gotten pretty close to being able to loot the next farm. We just got interrupted by the helicopter. I really don't know how that's going to impact things. It might have drawn zombies away from that house. It might have drawn the zombies farther west over. This was the day the helicopter happened. We're on the tail end of it. So I don't really know what the end result of that's going to have been. Alright, come on, chop it down. I may not get these up in time before we can't work on it, because at 2300 it's too late for me to see. It's based on light, so it might not be exactly 2300. But somewhere abouts there. Did it last second. Because it's no longer available. It's too dark now. Okay. Yeah, so we still need more food. That's not a surprise. That's going to be an ongoing issue. All right. Now, you don't think they're going to get away from foraging being at a base of the pyramid everything else is built on? But seems more engaging now. Yeah, I will definitely say foraging is way better than it was. You can eat thistles? Yes. It's definitely way better foraging now than it was in early build 41 / build 40. We just stood in the corner and your character went like this till the abundance bar hit 0, and then you moved over a couple of tiles and you did it again. Like those days were just like really comical that you could potentially survive long term by just like I had the warehouse right south of where Louisville would show up. That I was staying at 16 times pop with respawns on, which is a thing that taught me the danger of respawns on those kind of settings. Would you stop having nightmares? The sheep are all chill inside their area. So clearly no zombie. That's 2 nights in a row you've had nightmares. And both times, it hasn't like absolutely trashed our sleep, which is kind of worse than if it did just trash our sleep, because if it did just completely and utterly destroy our sleep, then I could just go back to bed. Like, you know, wait a minute and go back to sleep. But this whole, we're pretty close to where we need to be sleep-wise, but not quite. Really sucks. It's really too dark for me to do anything outside safely. Okay, so we've got 2 spare axes. Let's go ahead and put another spare axe in my inventory. Drink our water. And get back to foraging. Alright, so let's go back to trying to push that second farmhouse to the southwest. Because we want to check that. I don't expect to find anything in the barn next to it. But it does have a shed and a farmhouse. There's a good chance you get some tools, maybe a couple books or magazines. Remind you of a famous author saying all mushrooms are edible. Some only once. Yeah, that was the thing. Anything you fit in your mouth is edible. Once. Doesn't mean you can get around two. Just the same thing as when you know, it's especially little kids will be like, can it bite you? It's like, does it have a mouth? If so, it can bite you. Will it bite you? Don't know. But it can. So using the chop function versus swing chop does not lower durability. I have no idea. I heard people, that doesn't make me happy. I heard people say that the other day. I'm guessing it's true because I don't think I've broken an axe, even a stone axe, on a tree yet. Which surprises me because it used to be sometimes you get a stone axe, you'd make it, you go cut down a tree and get bad rolls and just lose the axe before you even finish the tree. Okay. Only one group of zombies already in pain. Heck yeah. Because the wood stick doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Yeah, speak of, yeah, immediately pulled up a mushroom. You might be like, oh, holster, you're gonna grab that right away, right? Nope. No, I am not. Equipped, it still weighs 0.06, which isn't a lot, but that's some weight. And I get nothing for it other than a weird holster on the side, so we'll go ahead and grab that pen. And you are now dead to me, blue pen. Get on my life. Alright. How bad is the muscle strength? Not super bad. You should make a treasure trove of rings and all that. The problem is the carry weight. Like, I'll keep circling back to that. The problem is, I have, like, no carry weight. It'll take me forever to get carry weight. We're already pushing our luck with our stuff being overburdened every day. So, my ability to just grab random junk that doesn't have a use... Like, no holster because extra weight, bunny ears? Yeah, these things are not equals. How much do my bunny ears weigh? Okay, my bunny ears actually do weigh quite a bit more than a holster, but still, that's besides the point. They're the bunny ears. Fashion Zoid is one of the most important things. What is the point of surviving in the zombie apocalypse if you're not thriving in the zombie apocalypse? Do you think it'd be interesting if the inventory had a system of slots that you had to Tetris? No. No, that's fine. We already have, like, the whole encumbrance system. It's fine. Don't get me wrong, I played a lot of games, like, a lot of games with the inventory tester. It's a perfectly good system. But there's actually, if you want that, there is a mod that does that. Like, that functionality is available via mod if you are desiring your inventory Tetris. You can even turn it on where it's got, like, the escape from Tarkov, so you go up to a box, it slowly loads in. Don't Z-zone me with having to put items in your shirt, pants, pockets? Yeah. Like, inventory Tetris is fine as a system. Like, it's not inherently a bad system or anything like that. It's just something I don't think Project Zomboid needs. It's those things that, like, every other game doesn't need it. It's the same thing where, like, people constantly being like, oh, I'd love to see Special Infect. It's like, no, you don't. You think you do, and then you remember how Project Zomboid combat works, and then you realize the Special Infected work pretty badly with it. That they're, like, cool for a gimmick, but long-term play, they're pretty limiting. I need to do this. I haven't been priming these like you do spears, and I need to be. Which is put one in her back, one in both hands. So when the first one breaks, I can quickly swap to the second one. Yeah, so I'm a little annoyed that, I mean, not annoyed, I'm a little surprised and not happy about the fact that it seems when the helicopter left, it may have drawn some zombies north. Not much, because we've been thankfully killing a bunch of zombies in this area, and it wasn't a super loud area to begin with. And so far, we've been kind of limiting how many new zombies can show up here. Alright. Yeah, the broken branch, I don't want it. What about simple, what about simple infected? Like, every once in a while one would be deaf, maybe one holds a shotgun but can't hit a thing, goes off to draw nearby ammo. I probably still wouldn't want it. The whole thing with Project Zomboid's world is it's supposed to be like the old school zombies. And I like that it has that, because it is one of those things that if you try and look at the number of games out there that have like the old school, they don't do a whole bunch of gimmicks and tricks and all that. They're just, you know, they're just zombies. Like, there's just not many for that. And there's something scary about an enemy that just keeps coming forever and ever and ever. The reason and I feel like a lot of games have to lean on the special infected, like Left 4 Dead and all that, is because you can't really do the thing where it's like, hey, this thing's coming after you day and night and all that. Left 4 Dead, you put in your, you know, half hour to 1 hour round on the map before you move on to the next map or whatever. And so zombies have to do something dangerous and interesting right there. So the special infected fill in that gap. Versus, you know, in this game you can have things go sideways, and slowly, little by little, you're just getting more tired and more exhausted. Things are just getting worse and worse, and it is just one of those things that you just get worn down until, like, you can't keep going, but the zombies still can. Now, granted, as you get, you know, better at the game, you don't run into that nearly as often. But the special infected following the current Zomboid rules, but with unique model might be interesting. Like, unique looking zombie with super toughness and strength. But strength really only applies in this game when it comes to destroying your stuff, like your buildings or like that, and breaking doors and all that. So I don't see that as particularly relevant. You probably wouldn't even realize you're dealing with a super strong zombie. And in practice, I have found super toughness to just be kind of tedious. Because you sit there with one zombie and keep hitting it and hitting it and hitting it. You're like, my, this is fun. I'm just hitting this one zombie and it's like I have max exertion. But mechanically, nothing else changes. So it's just burning lots of stamina and time. Zombies have clothing modifiers? I believe they already did add that. I'm pretty sure that right now in Project Zomboid, in Build 42 at least, when you run to like zombies wearing bulletproof vests, they actually do get a defensive bonus according to the patch notes. I haven't tested it, but that was in the patch notes that armored zombies do have some damage defense resistance. Hank saying that they would like to see some like overweight zombies that are slower, but if they get a hold of you, they have a better chance of knocking you down. Yeah. Well, I mean, the problem is they can knock you down. You just go ahead and just make the killer die. Like, just skip the middleman. You just die. The thing you gotta keep in mind, Project Zomboid's combat is very limited. Do you know how fast you move? That fast. When you're fighting, that's how fast you move. You want to turn around to run away? That's how fast you move. Like, Project Zomboid has a very rigid combat system. In a lot of ways, it's a good thing. But the downside is that very, very rigid combat system, while it makes it very easy to balance and very fair, it's also very inflexible. So the more you start adding a bunch of things that really fuss with it, you gotta be very careful that a lot of it very quickly starts to make it not work right. Yeah, no, I think that was the intention of, with Build 42 on default settings, we now have the random sight and hearing distance, random toughness, those are already the default settings. And there's been a lot of conversation about either getting rid of that entirely or to narrow down the range or whatever. That generally it has not... Like, there's been some good reception for it, but a lot of people are also very annoyed with it because you have the zombies that are slow, and in practice it just means you're stuck. Like, I would pull a group of zombies, and one of the ones I pull is super slow, so I have to sit here and just wait patiently for it to reach me. And it also, like, I would smack one of these zombies, and with pinpointing hearing, zombies way back here get drawn as well. And so, like, sure, the randomness is potentially interesting, but it very quickly loses any interest because it kind of breaks a lot of the way we play, feeling more gimmicky than feeling like kind of the balanced we're used to. Like, to the point I turned it off after, like, 2 or 3 times. I'm like, I'm really tired of waiting on these zombies. Like, I pulled the zombies from half across the map, and then I feel like I have to wait, you know, 10, 15 minutes for the stupid slow zombie to get here. Where it's really just a matter of, will I run out of patience and get myself killed? Or will it get to me first? Probably would make it hard to learn. Like for first-timers? Yeah. It will make it harder to learn as well. And I also didn't... My stance is actually having the variety made it easier. Like, very genuinely, I feel like that variety made it easier. Like, the helicopter event in higher population areas is normally, you know, it's potentially like, alright, this is actually a very dangerous thing to deal with. But with all the slow zombies, like, oh man, I can just walk through these slow zombies. Like, I could practically bump into them as long as I keep moving, I'm fine. You seeing people confused as to why the zombies keep coming after them? Yeah, there's a weird thing right now that it seems like the zombies almost get like wall hacks for a little while. That after you've aggroed a zombie, and you know you've got like, I would pull this group of zombies, I would, you know, line of sight them here, so they saw me go here. Normally they would stop there if I kept going because that's the last place they saw I went. They didn't know where I went from there. But now they have like this weird thing where they can kind of tell where you are for like, it's something like 14 seconds after they last saw you, they still just know where you are. I am really not okay with that functionality. Because it's like, here's this new stealth update. Go do stealth things. By the way, the zombies cheat. They all run wall hacks. And you're like, okay, well that's some BS. Yeah, no, it used to be a second or two, and that's probably just for practicality for performance considerations and yada yada. Is that intended? I don't think so. I feel like it was a thing that was there, and some changes got made and just exacerbated it. So it went from being, you know, just that little tweak to just get the zombies to be able to just so you can, like, if I cut the corner, they didn't instantly lose me, so they had just a little bit of follow, and just something happened. And that it got extended way longer than intended. Does sitting down reduce muscle strain faster? I actually have no idea. I'm mostly sitting down because of endurance. But with the muscle strain, I'm taking way more breaks to, like, just always keep my endurance kind of topped off. Because I figure if one's a problem, the other's definitely a problem. Yeah, like, there's been people advocating for zombies to have, like, a lunge, or be able to attack while moving kind of thing, and there's mods to do that. But it is one of those things that I feel that significantly changes the dynamic of combat, so with our very limited mobility and all that, very quickly things go south. And, like, it would feel less fair and satisfying versus, like, oh, I got lunged at by 3 zombies at the same time, so I guess I just die. And I feel like in practice, the workaround would simply be you pull them in 1 or 2, and just leave it at that. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like combat feels great for what we have. But if we ever got to the point that we start giving zombies high mobility, or, like, the ability to, like, lunge, or the ability to move faster, or the ability to, you know, avoid stuns and stuff like that, any of those kind of things, the combat would literally become kind of an RNG fest that would feel very unsatisfying. You'd go from being like, oh no, I messed up that fight and that's why I died, to, oh, I got a bad roll so that zombie, you know, that zombie didn't get stunned when it probably should have been. Like, I feel like that's the kind of thing we'd end up with, is a lot of people just being upset because they feel like they got BS'd in a death. Whereas right now, when you die in Product Zomboid, outside of maybe the unstable branch of weird stuff happening, it's extremely rare you have a death that you're like, no, something's actually wrong here. But it would need to be balanced, zombies having a trip chance when lunging? I don't think that would be a balance, though, because that would just be 2 layers of RNG as opposed to 1 layer of RNG. You have, like, an RNG that decides you die, and an RNG that's effectively a save. Like, there would have to be a lot of adjustments made. Like, we would have to basically take the way combat works fundamentally in Project Zomboid back to the drawing board, and just have a totally different combat system. Like, we would need some way as a player to have significant mobility while fighting. Like, have, like, a dodge roll or something like that, and please don't add a dodge roll to Project Zomboid. I enjoy it in Dark Souls and that. Please don't add it to Project Zomboid. Don't turn my game into an arcade machine. Or giving us, like, special moves where you can have, like, the wide swing to knock everyone back and all that kind of stuff. Those would be the things you'd have to add to counter that stuff. Is, like, special moves to be able to, like... Because you need that rock, paper, scissors of, okay, this is the thing the zombie does. I need to be able to do a thing to play around, counter, or mitigate the thing it does. And that's just what we... Was that a crawler? You're not really dead. There we go. Fix that problem. Yeah. Forge a giant sword, do like spinning attacks. Yeah, I don't want any of that. I'm happy those games exist. I've played a lot of those games and I'm into a lot of those games. But to me, the fact that Project Zomboid doesn't do any of those gimmicks is what is the draw to Project Zomboid for me. Like I'm not juggling all these silly things like having to juggle my cooldowns to make sure I use my abilities as things. I don't think you can take apart a classic watch. In Project Zomboid, I mean. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. It's like you at that point you've turned this game into some sort of zombie-themed Diablo or Path of Exile or whatever. Like some mishmash of Project Zomboid and Path of Exile. You know, you dropped the passive skill tree, but then you gave us these weird abilities and all that. And of course the zombies would explode on death, because I mean, if we're gonna be embracing Path of Exile, absolutely would explode on death, instant kill. And they would forget to update the tell so you could actually see it happening earlier. You know, every 2 or 3 updates. Yeah, they'd also, you wouldn't loot the bodies. It would drop loot on the ground and these big lines would come up out of the ground with labels on them, and you'd have to maintain your loot filter. I say this as someone who's played a lot of Path of Exile and very much enjoys the game, but I'm also very much trolling some of the things the game does that would be a horrific fit for Project Zomboid. Congrats, Strider, on your egg rolls. Yeah, you have a zombie, you kill it, and it has a, you know, katana, just like, boom. Big pink line coming out of the ground to mark where the zombie with the katana went down. You get back down. You know, as a model right all set. Oh, I'm like, for the record, I'm cool with modders doing whatever the heck they feel like. If you want to run down the road playing as Bugs Bunny with a giant cartoon mallet from like Harley Quinn and be able to do like backflips off the zombies' chests and cause them to ignite and fire and explode buildings, hey, you know what? Do it. That actually sounds pretty awesome. Am I going to play it? Probably not, but you know, I would definitely watch a clip of it. You don't know loot filter sounds are to me? Low-key, yeah. I can absolutely see that. I don't know how you'd implement it in-game, but I'm sure you'd have a thing where you could have like the little pink line coming off the zombie that it has a long blade weapon or whatever. I don't need that in my life, but that's, you know, that seems like a perfectly reasonable mod. I don't know how you'd implement it in Project Zomboid, but, you know, I'm sure someone could figure some out. The big thing is it'd have to capture all the inventory nearby, you know, figure out where the zombie corpse is, and then, you know, play the sound, somehow indicate where it is, because otherwise it'd just be frustrating where you'd hear, like, gong, and you'd be like, where? Which one? I have a giant pile of bodies here, which one was it? But yeah, that would definitely mess with the vibe of Project Zomboid. No question about that part. You have like all the intense Project Zomboid music and there's like random gongs and dings and... all that stuff going on. It's kind of like there's the bonk mod, which is a pretty funny mod for those who don't know. It's a mod that when you kill a zombie, it's like a 1 in 10 or 1 in 100, whatever you set it to, chance that whatever weapon it was makes a bonk sound. Bong katana foraging icon? I mean, that's fair. I think, honestly, the way you'd achieve it is you'd effectively turn foraging on always for purpose of, like, the UI and all that. You know, get rid of the dither and all that so it's not make you want to claw your eyeballs out because everything's always dark forever. And then just have it so, like, when you kill a zombie, it just takes its junk and drops it on the ground. And then just have some, like, applied, just delete certain items from consideration of the filter or something like that. Do you think you'll get inside this trip? Or go home first? It's probably going to end up being go home. I'm going to try to get inside. But it's around 7 p.m. that I kind of have to turn back. So I can make sure I get home before it gets pitch black, because it's much darker in the game now than it used to be. But I'm going to push for it. It's just I got to rest every so often to recover. And so, like you saw, that rest just ate about an in-game hour. And we're not quite fully rested. And I ran out of weapons a little bit ago. Like, I got more at home, I just ran out of them on me because I don't have the carry weight to justify carrying, like, 7 weapons and being super over-encumbered. Yeah, so I've got 2 up here, I got, like, 1 or 2 up there, I've got this one doing whatever the heck it's doing. Because also, if it gets to, like, 9 p.m. and I'm still at the house, I won't be able to see at all. That's another concern. The power's out now, so when I go in that house, I'm gonna have to be dealing with running around with the flashlight going. Ma'am, just go around. Oh, you got knee pads to go with my my elbow pads? Yeah, I'm gonna avoid the riding helmet because the riding helmet will penalize my foraging and all that. They did that a while back, that stuff like sunglasses and all that will penalize that. Oh, I forgot I had the knife and I was confused when I went to push them. And we kind of like punched them. I was like, what? Would you figure your stuff out already? You're wasting daylight. Besides, I'd have to give up the bunny ears for the riding helmet. Ah, that's gonna be annoying. Yeah, let's not get ourselves hurt doing that. So yeah, we're not gonna make it in today. It's already 7, so I want to be heading back, and you can get the 3 to go with their cooperative, but being exerted, it's gonna be a little bit to get us to line up the pushes. I'd rather back off, let them spread out a little bit, knock one out, get the other 2, move on. Still not enough. If I can, like, get one push land and the second push land, a third push land, that's fine. With them that close, I'll take 2-3 pushes, the second one will be on me, and by the time I get the second one on, I'll already be set up and wrong. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That one in the back should de-aggro soon, because I'm getting far enough away, it probably won't be able to sustain where it sees me. And versus those 2 are close enough, they should stay for a little while longer. I'm trying to avoid dragging them back and forth. I want to just deal with them right here. You know I have the area clear. There we go. So it's just the 2 of them. Alright. Now let's kill that last one here so it's not wandering around, so keep the area clear. And then we'll head back home. We'll need to worry about actually putting some effort into food here in a minute. I do have some, like, emergency food at home, too, that I'm not super sweating it or anything. I mean, we're also not even that very hungry, so I'm really not sweating it. Alright. But the good news is that does mean we've got, barring any zombies moving around, the zombies in front and immediately around that area have left. And we got, like, most, if not all, of the bottom floor cleared. The top floor we have no idea about. We can eat bugs if we need to, but honestly, it's not that big a deal. Oh, got zombies up there. I'm not going to fight those right now. Now I got both drowsy and out of breath. Both those are major damage penalties, and they do stack. Cute little bunny running around, observing the corpses. Slowly making the area safe. Eventually we can also sit there, and once we've got a large enough area, we can just take the helicopters at home and just deal with whatever shows up. Okay. It's also still worth me grabbing stuff, because you never know when I'll just, like, forage up a fishing pole and be like, alright, I guess we're eating fish now. And I'm not worried about fire. I got, like, 3 or 4 things of matches, like 2 things of lighters. So I got plenty of things to make fire. And even if we get into more of a pinch, I've got a spare screwdriver. I could easily just get myself a plank and, like, punch a hole in it for a, notch plank. Alright, so it's gonna get pretty dark soon. It's also good that we're seeing all these bodies that were over here starting to rot. And the reason that's good is that means that we haven't had zombies over here in a long while. And that is one of the ways you can usually tell when you have progress. Because I've mentioned before, you'll end up having the thing where you go to fight when you have a cell that's really full of zombies, and you'll get right up to the edge of the cell. Hey, we haven't seen one of those in a while. You get up to the edge of a cell, and you'll just keep fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting. You'll feel like you're making absolutely no progress whatsoever. And kind of your first tell that you're starting to wear it down is you'll notice how far back you've been dragging the bodies to fight stuff will start getting shorter and shorter. And then that's usually about the time that starts to get pretty close to the edge of the cell. You'll start properly noticing that instead of big rally groups of 12 to 16 zombies, you're going to start seeing like 5s and 7s and all that. Because you've kind of exhausted the numbers in that cell. I wonder if the knee pads and elbow pads protect you from getting scrapes and cuts on those parts from tripping. I'll eat half a bag of brown sugar. Oh, we hit a new day, didn't we? Alright, so let's take a quick check. So we are in August. So what crops do we have that are August for their best month? Do we have any? Garlic I don't have. At least I'm pretty sure I don't have garlic. Fairly certain I don't have garlic. Yeah, I don't have garlic. Okay. Kale I do have. Leek doesn't matter, but I don't have seeds for it. Lettuce I'm pretty sure I don't have. I do not. Radishes. And that'd be it. Okay. I just realized I probably have loose radish seeds as well. Cabbage seeds, potato, radish. Check the other one too, because a good chance we got those there. So you got radish here as well. Well, that's a lot of rot. Foraging is bugged during current run? I missed whatever that says. Let's see, so is that a good indicator for 42 to know the edge of a call? Why you ask is you ran a very large group like in an area. It felt a good area to begin with, a new cell designed that area. Then, and in the 28 days you've been playing so far, you've bumped into a group this big. But you also had not been too far out of your spawn. TI's the indie stone. Let's see, the wall of text, for all agricultural stuff is hideous. Yeah, there definitely could be thing. Let's see, you think your foraging is bugging your current run. Your foraging level is 1, and without reading a book, you just got over 60 XP for picking up a grasshopper? Yeah, that feels weird. Maybe you accidentally changed your XP settings? Alright. I'm not expecting any of these to succeed, by the way. We're planting just to be stubborn and to plant, but I'm unwilling to sit here and do all the work I need to. I'm being a fairly passive farmer, and I think that Indie Stone has been trying to push this to be more active. Like, if you want to grow stuff on your farm, you best get involved. But it is one of those things I'm like, right, but this is a lot of maintenance, a lot of what to me feels like busy work. So it's kind of one of those things. That I don't want to do it. How many tiles is in a cell? Oh, I don't remember off the top of my head. It's something like 200 by 200, 244, something like that. It's a pretty big area, but not a huge area. Like, I want to say places like West Point are 6 or 8 cells in size or something like that. Like the entirety of West Point. Oh yeah, no, if you're in a higher pop area and you hit a cell wall, you'll see it. Like, there'll almost be this distinct line that on this side of the line, the zombies aren't that dense, but on the other side of the line, the zombies are, like, real thick with zombies. I feel like worms didn't used to rot. I don't know, I never really paid attention to them before. They do have one friend who is really big into Build 41 farming, but was underwhelmed by its simplicity, so I guess he'll have a job when Build 42 multiplayer comes. Yeah, right now there's talk that like it might just be bugged or something like that, in that people who are trying to grow stuff are finding very little success. I have no idea if that is the case or not. I have yet to grow something, but I also have had not very many characters who have been alive long enough to grow any crop to completion, since the grow times are just so astronomically long compared to what they used to be. Oh, Sticky, that's a normal thing. So, for those who don't know, if you, like, get a crash in Project Zomboid and you have zombies nearby you, the game does remove zombies really, or at least tries to remove zombies really close to you, so you don't instantly die when you load in. So that's just normal behavior for the game. Because the alternative is, you get in that situation where you have a ton of zombies, and then your game crashes, and now you're on a doomed save. Because the moment you load in, by the time you realize what's going on, you're already bitten. So it is a thing that technically people could abuse, or technically it means you could escape a death that you probably shouldn't have been able to. But the idea is, if your game crashed, that's probably not your fault. Not many people are going to deliberately crash their game. And for those who do, they could just, you know, they can just cheat other ways and be done with it. Like, if someone's going that far out of their way to, Like, if they're going that far out of the way to deliberately crash their game to take advantage of it on any type of routine. Too much pain. Yeah, I've had very few crashes. Honestly surprising considering some of the things we've done in runs past. It's amazing I haven't had more crashes. I mean, even if you do, who cares? If you're having fun and not claiming the record competition to do whatever. Oh, I mean, honestly, like that's the whole thing. If you're deliberately crashing your game, I mean, I'd be like, hey man, just so you know, you're playing a game where you might brick your save. It's still a you choice. But, like, you know, maybe try a different route to accomplish that goal. Ooh. Oh, right. We had a nightmare, so we didn't get good sleep. That's right. I was like, ooh, managed to sleep all the way up to the alarm. Don't have that very often. So 1, 2, 3... Put that on my back. Go ahead and get ourselves an extra piece of flint. You only ever got crashed in multiplayer, but Build 42, it's happening a decent amount. Yeah, no one surprised me. It's literally called the Unstable Branch. With all the changes they made, I would not be shocked if you get a couple of crashes here and there. I've been fortunate myself. I think we've only had one crash. I vaguely recall having one crash. I think the second one we played. But it wasn't one of those things I was dealing with like a particularly intense zombie moment or something like that. I don't remember what we were doing. It's just like, oh. It's something like we went to read a book or like do exercise or something. I was like, alright, I guess I'm not doing that. No, we went to loot something. I think I had put down my backpack and went to pick up my backpack or pick up a piece of furniture or something, and it just crashed. And, you know, when the game reloaded, I was like, well, I'm just going to try it again and see if it crashes again to see if I get a bug report, and we had no problem. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we've got those two. Let's go down to where we had the axes. Equip left. Equip right. Throw the spare in there. Believe if I drink that water, they'll top us off. Checking on my sheep. You're doing all well. To give you a pet. You got plenty of food. Alright, well, we're still carrying too much. You know, for right now, let's just drop the hammers in here. Give me the other hammer I tossed in here. Or in here, wherever it's at. But give me that. We'll go over to our weapons box. Just chuck those in here. There we go. Okay. Just trying to do what we can to manage that. I still got to keep foraging for food as we go back and forth. Yeah, but keeping all that moving. We haven't gotten the fence going too much today because we, like the last couple in-game days, because we had the helicopter, we had a bad sleep. I've been pushing this house down here, which has been a big thing. So I figured I'd do that rather than work on the fence, because the fence to me is a good one when you get back, it's like 9 p.m., 10 p.m., it's a little bit too early for your character to go inside and just sit around and wait for nighttime, but it's too late to really go out on more adventures. It's a good one for filling in where you chop down a tree or two, and you go about your day. Minor pain. Oh, because you're carrying too much. That's fine. Hey, friend. You are entirely too close to my home. That's trespassing. That's illegal. And you might be like, I don't see anything here saying it's illegal. And my answer is, I'm saying it's illegal, and I have a big axe, so you know. Right now, that is the way this law works. Oh, we got another one down here.
Ooh, hankering for education, are we?
I'm enjoying Build 42 a lot. I do feel there's a lot of bugs and balance stuff that needs to be sorted out. Like the batteries draining on the shelf and stuff like that is definitely a pretty rough bug.
Take a sip.
The current amount of goods you get out of butchering animals is pretty bad. I do think there needs to be an easier way to get your first level in, like, napping, your first level in maintenance. After the first level, they're not bad, but just that first level is, like, a big old cliff you gotta climb, because the things you do to grind those skills are locked behind the first level of that skill, so it's pretty tricky to get off the ground. When I say tricky, it's just time-consuming. Less of an issue if you're, looting the city, but like the whole living on the land, roughing it kind of thing is pretty tricky to set up. Alright, so I got some berries to eat. But I'm very much enjoying it. I definitely... Super good potential from this build. The new content direction is awesome. Yeah, I don't disagree. I do think the change in pacing is refreshing. Gotta be like, I am the law. Yes. Next question. Yeah, and I'm enjoying it. The muscle strain is a little rough, but I'm also playing in try-hard sweaty settings with a terrible character by design. And so I'm dealing with the exacerbated what if we made it worse version of it. I haven't cranked it up like some people have. My entire fear is that, they nerfed it pretty hard, and my assumption is they're going to be a little bit of back and forth with it, that they'll figure out what they feel is the sweet spot where it is fairly punishing, but also maybe not quite as bad to, like, upset as many people. Because it is right now that you get to, like, 3, 4, 5 in a weapon skill, and for the most part, it's a non-mechanic. It really, really tones down to just not be that big a deal. But that early game is rough. Like, or was rough. Honestly, right now, it doesn't feel that bad. I got a cool outfit, but I'm not going to do anything with it. I already have a motorcycle helmet, I don't need a second one. Hey, Lennox, Zomboid's going pretty good. You will crash out if you don't hydrate? You will crash out if you don't hydrate. I mean, did I miss a hydrate redeem? I've been drinking my stuff pretty often. Yeah, I apologize if I missed the hydrate. Anyone level to, the best way to level carving from 0 to 1, is it carving steaks? Probably. That would be my guess, because I think steaks would be the only thing you could reliably get the materials for to level it. That's kind of one of those things that, it would be good to calm down, man. It's a hydrate. And I did hydrate just there in a second ago. Yeah, it's kind of... I wish there was something more useful you could do with some of those earlier ones. Like, it doesn't need to be, like, actually, like, a good weapon. It's just the stakes literally break in, like, 1 or 2 hits if you use them as weapons. And you just end up with a big mountain of them. And it's kind of the same sort of thing when it comes to the, same sort of thing when it comes to the spears. The first spears are absolute garbage. So it's the same thing where you're just like, okay, I'm going to make these. Well, now I have them in my inventory. I kind of just want to throw them in the trash or shove them onto a shelf until I'm good enough to, you know, burn the ends to make them stronger. So I do feel like it would be nice to have a part we can make or something that's like, okay, I'll eventually use this. Well, you know, once you get to 2 or 3, you get that kind of stuff. But the same kind of thing with a lot of that is just the early game. You know, and I get it. You want the early game to not be that strong so you can get, like, the later stuff and it feels meaningful and all that. Sure. On board. But it really does feel like you're grinding just to grind some of those early things. Come on. Thought I had 9 carry weight. I guess it's 8. That's fine. We'll break a weapon and we'll be good after that. Okay, so we'll likely be able to get into this place today, unless a bunch of zombies move around. Let's see, there's a lot of skills professionally get underutilized because they don't come online until late game. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of things that's like, the early game's points are just stuff you kind of do because you need to, but like the thing doesn't actually feel good until you start getting to like 5, 6, 7, or 8. Okay. But if you don't get that far alive, you just loop the same grind? Yeah. That's it's kind of the mixed thing I have with the current changes. Is I like that they are adding stuff for like the late game, because I am a player that gets to the late game a lot. At the same time, it feels like a lot of those things only matter if you get to the late game, which isn't really great, because you still would need to invest the time to get those skills up for when you get to the late game. I just get discarded the broken one. I know I can carve those later and I'll want them. And so just kind of one of those things that you scratch at. Like that, to me, I don't feel like the farming changes are reasonable. Like having a farming season, sure, I'm on board. But I do feel like they do need to have a shorter grow time. Alright, well we just found a part of Louisville where you can get seafood. It's kind of cool that you can like weirdly slowly build one of the other town's areas by just finding one other like little, each business is one by one, their advertisements. You do not still get XP when you discard. I also refuse to pick up every single item because I'm really annoyed at how much of a cluttery mess it makes everything on the ground. I pick up junk I don't want and had to put it right back down. So I am missing out on a lot of XP, but I also can't stand just how how much of a mess is. The worst thing is discarding. It still takes the endurance too. So you don't get the prize, and you put in like the. Oh, that's gonna suck. Well, actually, maybe I have a key because I grabbed 2 keys for Resident that we were nearby here. Nope. Yeah, so really the things are is either A, if you care about the XP, you walk up and you pick it up and you put it back on the ground. If you don't care about the XP that much, you don't even pick it up, you just keep walking and ignore it. And eventually it will despawn and replace it with some, like, not replace with something else, but despawn and maybe you get something else instead. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, for what it's worth, Build 42's design choices definitely focused on multiplayer, which does make the lack of multiplayer feel awkward. I wouldn't necessarily agree it's specifically focused on. I will definitely say multiplayer it does benefit greatly from, but a lot of us are kind of marathon runners in the game, that we have a save that we will play for a ridiculously long time. And this does give us a lot of stuff too. So while certainly multiplayer is those things, it's fun to have a lot of those stretches. Because genuinely, I have a character that is still alive on Build 41, who has about 180,000 kills on them. And I have only 1 combat skill that is not maxed out. And a lot of my crafting skills are really close to the point that I could really just max them out pretty much any time I want. And I'm deliberately removing the glass, so I have 1, an escape, and then 2. If there were zombies in there, they're going to hear that glass being pulled out, because that's really loud for zombies. And it means I'm walking in from the side that I pulled the zombies away from. Yeah, I'm not sure if you noticed, Catherine, there's also a new mechanic that's on by default in the game that over time, buildings have less loot in them, regardless of if you've looted them. I don't know behind the scenes how it works. Ooh, metalworking chisel will be good. Ratchet's good. Saw's amazing. This house is my favorite. We don't actually live here now. We'll worry about the rest of that later. That was a cabinet worth a fortune. There's a zombie in here somewhere. It's either upstairs or it's in this back room here. Cool. I hate it. Let's leave that for right now. You were a patient one there, you know that? I was genuinely expecting her to just smash in the door and all that, and she just waited for me. Old newspapers. Deal with that in a minute. Found some hotties. Lots of eye makeup. Okay. So they basically picked this part clean. Is the reason, is the medical fee the reason why you're keeping the dirty bandage? No, there's no point in taking it off. It doesn't do anything. There's no negative to it, so, I mean, that shovel's basically spent, and I'll find these, so we'll leave those alone. Alright. But yeah, so it's, the game, like, you see the infected thing, you're like, oh man, infected, that's really bad. It's not. Infection is a basically meaningless mechanic right now. They added the thing that's supposed to effectively be like the mod, uninfect or die. I have no idea how well this axe works in the store. Generally, axes are pretty good. Hello, what are you about? Oh, we could spin our own stuff. Empty beer bottles. Metal sheets. A hacksaw. Okay, let's go grab her backpack. Yeah, why not? Okay, and how much do you weigh? Wait, can I pick you up? Are you here forever? Alright, I guess it's a forever loom. Okay. Sure, I guess. There's a second saw, and I don't care about the other stuff, really. Alright. What do you need what level in carving for? I'm gonna end up needing the carving to make the wooden rods for different things. That kind of stuff. I was basically looking at what it would take me to get blacksmithing off the ground, and I can't remember what was the thing, but there was something I was going to need that. So let's see here. So we're here. We have looted this place. Loom. I can't pick it up. Yeah, and I figured it's probably not hard, but it's also those things that, like, if we do start getting what we need for it, and I don't have the ability to deal with it yet, I at least have that option. Yeah, so it looks like I'll be able to make thread, and I'll be able to, make cloth with that, which will be interesting. Because it looked like I could grow flax and do that. Did we get into the house? Yeah, we just got in the house. We got a bunch of goodies, like a lot of really good goodies. Saws and everything. Like, genuinely is a solid house. Yeah, we got glue, we got twine, we got a magazine about making glass, a wood saw, a chisel, a ratchet. Then I also have a hacksaw, a bunch of bottles you put water in. There we go. I got all the good stuff. The only thing I wasn't able to remove is there was a loom that we can make our own thread and cloth now, but for some reason I couldn't pick it up, so I just marked as being like, hey, there's a loom here. If I need a loom, it's there. Just go grab, like, just go do the things in there, I guess. And her super overburdened, so our spine is unhappy with its existence. I see that zombie cruising for a bruising, so let's go down here real fast and drop our bag. I saw you, zombie. That's actually a reason late game when we actually have a bunch of strength, I'll usually carry 2 bags. I'll have my one bag that is the things I need to live long term, and I'll have another bag that is the junk I am just hoarding. And if things go sideways, I just drop the bag that's like my hoarding stuff on the ground immediately. There's no way you saw me. You saw a bandsaw and an anvil, you couldn't move them either? Yeah. I can only imagine that is they just haven't implemented it yet. Yeah, so I did manage to reach the loom. That's good. We checked the garage. We managed to go and check the house. So that's knocked out. People probably noticed where we went by there earlier when we first started this run. It was just completely overrun. But now that we're able to knock out a good couple rally groups in a day, those houses will usually have like 4, 5, 6 maybe rally groups at them. So you get the idea. If I can knock out a rally group a day, I go to a house, I can knock it clear in 2 or 3 days with equipment. And that'll just get better and better as the run goes on. We'll eventually get to the point where when I see a house like that, I can just roll up, you know, and in the course of one day, probably clear it out. When you get to the city propers, then it'll be you'll spend the whole time just clearing, like, the better part of a neighborhood. You know, it was a good loot run. I mean, honestly, getting those saws was really big. I'm definitely not going to use those saws immediately for, like, just building walls and all that. Because the saws do have durability now. They do wear out. So it's not like it used to be where you get your one saw and you're just set forever. But... like, we'll end up using multiples and all those. It'll be fine. The good news is with the hacksaw, you can replace the blade now. So when it breaks, you can just replace just the blade. And I'm imagining there'll be a way to get more blades, not easily, but easier than finding a whole new saw, I would guess. So that's the good news, because we're about not quite a month in, character-wise. Yeah, we're just shy of a month that we've survived. It's about 24 days. And like I said, there is a feature in the game now that the amount of loot in places gradually goes down. I don't think it ever goes away entirely, like you're, oh man, I'm out of loot. It's all gone. I just gotta make it. I have no idea how much loot goes missing, if it's just like, oh, only 10 or 20% disappears over time, or it's like 80% disappears. I have no idea. I do like the idea of that, and I know some people are going to absolutely despise it because some people like to hoard, and that takes away a lot of your hoarding opportunity. But I do like that it kind of pressures you more and more as the run goes on to be like, nah, you gotta keep finding things. Because with all the buildings in the game and all that, even if you cut it down, it's the it's one of those things you learn that when you go to, there used to be a mod, or I mean there still is probably a mod, which was called Ridiculously Rare Loot. That it would cut down the amount of loot to, like, you would go into a house and maybe find, like, 2 or 3 items in the entire house. Like, we're talking extremely skim loot. And even then, you could pretty much guarantee eventually you'll find the Generator magazine, the Herbalist magazine. You can find all the books you need. It's just instead of, you know, the one and done, you go into the bookstore and you're set, except for maybe 3 or 4 books that were missing. Now it's, you get 2 or 3 books and you're pretty excited about it. Alright, so let's get inside. Because we are full on exhausted. Let's start dropping crap off. Okay. So, the radio, I don't care where it goes. Earbuds, are going to take those apart. The hacksaw is a spare, so I'll put that there. We'll carry the other saw on our person now, so we now have a permanent additional weight we're going to be carrying. Put away the lighter. I've got matches. Put away the bugs. Put away the salt and pepper for right now. Put away the cabbage seeds. Put away the stick. Put away the glue, the twine, the branches. Read the magazine. How's Build Tutorial 2 been so far? Oh, you know what I think the carving was for? I think the carving was for a chisel. That's right, so I have a chisel. So I don't need the carving. I've basically bypassed the thing I need the carving for. Put the wrench away. We can put the magazine on this shelf. Put all our food in the bag. Unfortunately, I have no idea how things might have changed with all that. Can I not fill the beer bottle? Alright, whatever. I can shatter into glass and use it as glass later or something, maybe. And those are spares. I'm just chucking them wherever. So I got one there. Okay, so we're all set here. I'm still overburdened. Let's drop off the painkillers. I have a bunch more beer bottles. I'll have to figure something we can do with that later. There we go. Now we're not overburdened. No, don't sleep in the chair. Rest in the chair. Yeah, no, that pump doesn't seem to be tainted, which was just an interesting. What is a sack of sand for? Do these objectives have an objective? Yes, so this is for getting the stuff I need to set up for foraging. I needed the sack of sand for, I can't remember if it was the anvil or the forge. I want to say the forge. Yeah, no, it's the sack of sand I need for the forge. Right, because I needed to make the clay cement to make the forge. So the big question I have is... Oh no, the anvil was here, right? Yeah, so the anvil, I just need to find a large stone now. I wasn't really anticipating being able to get that quickly. Large stones are not hard to find. So that's what we're going to be doing today, is we're going to go find a large forge. Or sorry, like a large stone. We're going to punch a hole in it. And make ourselves an anvil. I don't know what that'll give us, but we'll have it. It'll be a thing I don't currently have that I can soon have. Yeah, I still have 2 axes on me, so that's pretty good. Did I drop the chisel here? I thought I kept the chisel on me. No, I kept the chisel on me, so that's good. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. So what we're looking for is usually you can find them pretty easy. Not the giant rocks. I think that might be one right there. Alright, so I got my big, heavy, large stone. It weighs 40. So my knees hate me, my back hates me, my spine hates me, my general disposition hates me. Everything about me hates me right now. Because it's heckin' heavy. Alright, so I should be able to go to this shelf and slap a hole in it. Fix with glue. Wooden spear. Absolutely not. Make anvil. Stone chisel. Oh no, a metalworking one doesn't count. Alright, well that's fine. Well, I got my big stone there for in the future. Alright, so let's take the metalworking chisel and put that away. It's fine. Yeah, so we still need the carving and all that to get ourselves... What kind of chisel do we need? Sorry, we can use a stone or a mason chisel. And a stone chisel we can actually make, because we look here. And that's what requires the napping too. Alright. So, let's see here. We cleared down that way. We have another house. I actually don't know if that's a house or a barn over there. I think that's a house, and I think that's a barn. So we'll continue to work our way over there. Because that'd be my next closest place to loot. We're gonna keep foraging, keep finding stuff, keep things moving. It's fine. Because now I have like a handsaw and everything, I can take stuff apart. Now granted, taking stuff apart no longer grants me stats by itself. Like, I don't get XP or I don't get carpentry XP or that for just disassembling things. But it can potentially give me, you know, nails and planks and that I can then use for stuff. Now, one of the good things is, if I manage to get myself 2 planks and 2 nails, and I already actually have 1 nail, if I get myself 2 planks and 2 nails, I could turn around and make myself a butter churn. Now, granted, neither of my sheep are like neither of them are eligible for milking right now. But if they do get there, that'll be probably my way I'll maintain my weight. Which is fine. We're still in the healthy range of weight, but we are slowly losing our weight. Alright. It'll be nice when I have more maintenance. Just so my axes last longer. Because as we slowly work that way, the number of axes I will need to keep things going will be significantly lower. And eventually it'll be worth taking my time to make planks. Just my concern about getting into making planks right now is just the whole... I don't have but 2 saws. Oh yeah, no, Ling died a good couple days ago. Yep. We already had our helicopter where we could potentially have run into the same situation as Ling, and I just played it very different, that the moment the helicopter was done, I beelined home so I could get back there with it as bright as possible. That way, if things were bad, I could see enough to do something about it. I'm also taking the time to clear out the trees wider around, so it's easier for me to clear out nearby zombies a bit easier. Yeah, so we're getting our napping too. I need to find a lot of flint. I'm also going to need a lot of clay, like a lot of clay. And while that is technically flint, I mean not already broken flint. Or flint. It'll be interesting if there's clever ways to get yourself much better amounts of some of these things. Yeah, it's a log we could grab, but I'm not going to because it's too heavy. Okay. Thanks, man. Let's take the propane tank and drop it right there for later. Just casual propane, don't mind me. Alright, how's our strength going? All this walking around like this. Oh, we're like just 1 or 2 fights away from leveling up maintenance, and same with our short blade. Or short blunt, not short blade. And our foraging is really close to leveling up as well. Yeah, so it looks like we're actually going to be doing pretty good about getting our skills up. These are the ones, if anyone's ever seen these runs, these do start very slow like we've been doing on them. But they do just ramp up more and more and more until eventually you do get to a point where it is just cruising along at high speed that we're killing hundreds of zombies every day. But there's part of the reason I do these challenge settings and all that is it is deliberately intended to drag out the early game. Just because as you get to the mid to late game, some of the things start to really kind of fall off. Because you just, you know, you get to the point that the generator's sorted, you know, you get your next thing sorted, and you just, you know, as you have less things that you still need to do. Let's drop those branches for now. And where are those long sticks? Let's grab those and drop those right now. Reminds me when you found a full gas can when foraging during a CDDA run. Yeah, you almost stare at it and be like, do I take this or do I just, like, put it back down? Like, part of me feels this isn't fair, but I did get it fairly, so... And thank you, Rongo, for the 65 stream streak. Catch the last 65 streams, not miss a single one. Really do appreciate it. I mean, granted, with a CDDA run, that challenge, for those who haven't done it before, it really is 100% front-loaded difficulty. That the game is like, what if I just absolutely punched you in the nuts and said, hey, you know, like, hey, dance. And if you can get over that very first cliff, then the run ends up being just a moderately challenging run. But that very beginning, it does say, let's just throw down. Oh, CDDA run? That's a challenge. I mean, there's CDDA is the game, Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. But there is a challenge run in Project Zomboid called CDDA. And basically, the way it works is you are incredibly drunk. You are very sick. You are freezing cold. You are wet. You are naked. You've got a piece of glass lodged in your groin. And your house is on fire in the middle of the winter. So it is your worst day ever. And, you know, go thrive. Which the start of the run, for those who don't know how colds work in Project Zomboid, it's basically like you're yelling every 10-15 seconds, and someone's just smashing that Q key again and again, and you cannot stop it. Like, you can mitigate it a little bit, if you're lucky. Oh, and the loot is pretty badly punished. That's another thing that happens. But it is ultimately you grab 1 or 2 things in the house, maybe, and then you run out into the cold naked. The zombies are constantly hearing, and you try and very quickly snag at least enough clothes that you won't immediately freeze to death, and then use different tactics to try to survive. I won't dig into that, so, you know, I don't spoil the cheesy strats you can use. Oh, that was a little spike. Are you actually a house? No, you're a field, right? Sounds like puzzle. Oh, it's fun. It's just like I said, the big problem is it's very front-loaded challenge. So like the very beginning is very rough. Like this is true. But it is one of those things that once you get past that very beginning, then it only ends up being a moderately harder from default settings playthrough after that point. Okay. So I don't expect to find anything in the barn, but there's no... Oh, that's a construction site, not a house. That's right. I don't expect to find much. So we got the pigs down here. And for those... Wait. What do you have? You have a backpack. I need to go see what that guy actually has. Just a regular old backpack? I think so. We'll still kill him and figure out what he's got. But yeah, no, it is one of those runs that, like, your first in-game, like, 6 hours kind of sets the tone of the whole run. But, like, once you get past that very, very beginning... You know, like, once you get to the point that you... Basically, once you get over your cold, you've survived that long, then it becomes not a very hard run. But there's definitely that very beginning of going, okay, got this bad cold. Backpack has crayons in it, so... Yep. That's just gonna stay on that body is what that's gonna be. Let's eat a poisonous berry, potentially. Oh, I also just forgot. Back. Get the next axe ready. Hey, short blunt 2. Doesn't matter. I'm going to take the other axe out and I'm going to throw out the broken stick. Because I just found the broken sticks have not really been worth my time. Oh, right. Hey, could you not stress the pigs out? The pigs are just trying to enjoy their life. That axe lasted 2 hits. For anyone not paying attention, that axe lasted just 2 hits. Well, get the next one. And maintenance 2. All right. Oh, wait, we got another one here. Cool. So that broke another one real fast. Well, I don't have to worry about having a bunch of heavy axes sitting in my inventory. That pig is freaking out, which means there's another zombie in there. Nothing else I want to use as a weapon right now. So we're back to shoving for the moment. Okay. And I found stuff like books and all that in these troughs. Not all the time. Oh, that one's a water trough, I see. I hear a zombie. I don't like it. It's probably right outside here somewhere. Well, if we run out of feed in the middle of the winter, we're gonna get more. Okay. This whole place is a big bust. Good to know. You're amused that you could possibly start with 5 maintenance if you min-max for it? I probably wouldn't. But... Oh, you're pretty spicy over there, aren't you? Yeah, so you got a holster again. Don't care about that. Alright. Yes, there's a whole bunch of them here. There's gonna be a little bit of work. Yep, so little by little we're gonna kill everyone we can here. Because imagining, I'm seeing a bunch of boxes over here. Those might be a place for decent loot. It is a construction site, so... we do have possibilities. That 60 pop weapon is stone, I guess? I mean, it's available. I've been deliberately avoiding it, though, just because, like, it doesn't feel great. Last I checked was about, like, 78. We checked not too long ago. Somewhere in that area. Yeah, sorry, 79. So we're losing weight, but, I mean, we've already got sheep. We just kind of have to wait for them to make more sheeps. In the meantime, we are just clearing out more and more area. I'm gonna have them hop the fence. Not to fence cheese them, I'm just worried about needing to backpedal if I don't get the pushes off. And then not having a place to backpedal to. That said... that works. Okay, so let's back up here. Get away from the building so I can sit down where I don't have to worry about some showing up where I can't see it. And we need to rest for a minute. Just keep chipping away at the zombies. Have you played with mods that provide randomly generated maps? No, because one of my big, one of the big things I like about Project Zomboid is the handcrafted map is really well done. And the moment you start getting into like the procedurally generated kind of maps, you end up with all like the weirdness you get with procedural generation, such as like a school facing directly into a garbage pit and all that. Yeah, and the map is absolutely astronomically large. So it's really not a reason for random generation. And plus, like I said, with randomly generated, you end up with all sorts of like weird, nonsensical things where, again, a school facing into a dump yard, you know, the government building facing directly into, you know, the hardware store, and just having weird dead ends in the middle of nowhere that for no apparent reason. Like, and there's nothing wrong if you want to do those kind of mods. I just don't feel like it's necessary. Where are you all going? I don't want to mess with that group yet. I'd like to pick them off little by little as they move around. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I think the random basements do a good job of giving you some of that you don't know the map kind of situation, even if you've played forever. But also without all the weird buildings that don't really go together and that kind of thing. But yeah, there's pros and cons with procedural generation versus handcrafted. Both have their place, and I've liked both in games. But a lot of times I feel like, personally, I'd rather have a really well-done handcrafted map than one that just gets spat out by a computer. There's places like Factorio uses procedural generation, but then my argument would be exploring Factorio worlds. You know, the only thing you get excited about is, oh hey, look, I found this material that I needed. Like, the actual exploration doesn't matter. Versus then you've got Satisfactory on the counter side, which is a handcrafted map, where there's actually some fun in exploring and looking for the slugs and all that, and they're cleverly hidden in a lot of cases and all that stuff. Versus if you use procedural generation for them, you'd have a bunch of them just don't really make sense where they are. Or you'd start to notice patterns that you'd just be like, oh, I've got this, this segment map chunk or whatever. And yeah, eventually you memorize the map, and that's the bummer of handcrafted, but if that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 800 hours later, who cares? Okay, so it did drop down to 3, because that one lost track of me with that tree. Not the way I prefer to do the 3s, but, if it works, it works. Ironically, good procedural generation needs very handcrafted procedural generator. Yeah, well, and it's also one of those things when you get into a lot of procedural generation, what you're actually looking at is a bunch of handcrafted areas stitched together with kind of filler between them. So you'll have, like, what would end up happening is, like, this tile here might be a chunk, and that it will decide randomly where to put that chunk. And it'll have, like, weighting and all that kind of stuff to try and make it make a little bit of sense. And then you have, like, another house that'll be procedurally generated, it'll just shove it next to it. And again, that's where you run into stuff where sometimes it makes a lot of sense, it's well done. But you do always end up with at least some amount of, you stare at that one house and be like, that's just really weird the way it's set up. You had 2 runs with the same house had the exact same basement layout, basically the same loot, which you found interesting. Yeah, like, and that always becomes interesting because it's all randomized and all that kind of stuff. So having that much of a similarity is kind of its own fun little weird side thing. Because that is one thing about random, is sometimes random gives you the exact same results. It's one of the things when you see things that are truly randomized, one of the problems they run into is they have to kind of fudge the randomization. Because, for example, if you have something that's like rolling stats or whatever, and it's randomized, and the person rolls the same stats like 10 times in a row, which is entirely possible, especially if the number range is short, you'd be like, oh, the randomization is broken. But the reality was, it was random. It just happened to roll the same way that many times in a row. So you will have things where that will finically, if you get the same results, nudge it to be different, just so it's at least perceived as random. I mean, it'd still be random, but it's like a weighted random. Oh, we need to be heading back after this zombie, or we'll get caught out in the dark. Make sure I don't have aggro on anyone else. Okay, so let's take a quick moment. What do I want to do to mark animal feed? So, like, if I run into problems later, it's like, yo, if you need food for the animals, this is where you find food for the animals. Maybe the leaf? I think I put the leaf on it. Yeah, frozen pizza, nearly 6k cal. Is it? You barely ever get to eat pizza anymore. You have to intentionally program to make the gambler's fallacy true? Yes. Actually, yes. It's also something that you do want to do in a lot of games. Like, there are games where you have progression locked behind RNG, which is usually a dangerous design choice, or at least not a great design choice. So imagine you've got, like, the key to fight the big bad boss, and you gotta fight his lieutenants or whatever to get it. And you run a thing where it's like a 1 in 4 chance. But it is a chance. That does mean there's that poor unfortunate soul who's killed them like 100 times, and has still not gotten it, just by the fact that they keep losing that roll. Even though they are a statistical anomaly, they're such an outlier. That's the reason why you end up having weighted loot. And then usually you'll do that again around stuff that's progression locked or whatever. So that's like, okay, you had a 1 in 4 chance getting it the first time, and you didn't get it. So maybe it makes it a 1 in 3 chance the next time, and you still don't get it. And it goes, okay, alright, hang on. How about a 2 in 3 chance? And you sit there and kind of keep waiting until it's like, look, I'm just giving you the stupid key because RNG hates you or something. Like, I don't know what you did to numbers, but numbers individually despise you, apparently, so we're just gonna go ahead and help you out. And that's weighted RNG. Where you got your baseline RNG, and we just kind of fudge the numbers as you keep getting bad rolls. Because otherwise, like I said, you can run into that situation where it's a 1 in 10 chance or something like that, and you just keep failing that roll. That was, back in the day, like early World of Warcraft, I was trying to get my half-tier set, back when that was even relevant. And I can't remember, I think it was Stratholme is where I had to go. I think I needed the pants from there. And it was a relatively high chance of getting the item. It was like 1 in 5 or something like that. And I must have run over 100 Stratholmes, because I know I had passed the 50 mark, and was basically complaining in my guild about it. And got to like almost 100-something runs. Finally got the stupid thing, and then went on like my first raid doing the Molten Core and got better pants, so I put all that effort into it and immediately replaced it. Was like, I'm happy I got the better ones, but also kinda salty about it. What do you need the sack of sand for? A forge, I believe. I need to make the clay cement. And the clay cement is water, clay, and sand. A sack of sand, specifically. But, like, that was an example of not having weighted RNG. That, by all intents and purposes, I had reached a point where I was just flat out despising that dungeon. Because I was so tired of repeating it again and again and again. But like that was in the super early days where most of the guilds were like, no, 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 you gotta have up to your certain amount of fire resist. No, 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 you gotta have your set bonuses. You know, back when everyone were really pretty unreasonable about it. And so, you know, I did what I had to do to get into the raiding group. But I had to deal with that garbage. As your level 15-7 mage grinding on the new classics, kind of want to play the Burning Crusade. Not the biggest classic guy. Well, it's I've had a bunch of times where people think, "Oh man, you remember playing classic? You're gonna come back for classic." I'm like, no, no, I'm not. I have many fond memories of that, but I remember how long it took to do everything in classic, like back when it wasn't called classic, when it was just World of Warcraft. It was a lot of fun. I know the number of hours that takes to get anything done. I'm good. I want to do other things with my life, and that won't afford me the time to do any of those other things. Like that's practically a full-time job in its own right. Like, don't get me wrong, if this channel was based around World of Warcraft or Blizzard games or MMOs or something where it's like, oh yeah, I could see that being a thing to like pivot the channel into or whatever, sure. I don't think that content would do well on my channel. Yeah, no, I definitely did the thing where, like, I quit World of Warcraft. Let's see, there was, Wrath of the Lich King. That's the one they stopped playing on. Like, I did all the content now, and I'm like, you know what? I'm very done with this game. Skipped the Panda one. I think it came back for, was it called Legion? I think it came back for Legion. Didn't stay super long. Like, got to the end game. Knocked out the raid really fast with a bunch of my friends. And then I'm like, nope, I'm good. I don't need to grind the mythics and all that. I'm not interested in getting on this grind train again. I know that whole thing. Let's see. At least I got rid of the Honor Decay for the rank 14 grind. That was, around the time the Wrathy Basin came out. And I, at the time, was playing Warlock. I did the whole thing. I can't remember what the titles were. It was like, wasn't for the Alliance, wasn't like Grand Marshal the top one? And I think I had Field Marshal? So like I was like 1, maybe 2 ranks below the top. And I sat down there and realized it's like, this isn't even a matter of like player skill or anything. Like this is literally, I just need to put like an extra like 3 months of my life into grinding this and it's locked in. And I'm like, I don't have that in me. It's like, I'm happy with this rank. I don't care about getting the R1. And as before, you had all the servers with like the cliques that would deliberately, you know, keep other people out by, you know, messing with stuff and all that. And they couldn't fully prevent you from getting in, but they could really drag it down to be slower. You know, try and guarantee. Because the thing is, you could only have at that time, you could only have like 4 field marshals and 1 grand marshal or whatever the ranks were and all that. And so you used to have these like cabals that would form to try and only have the people in their clique be able to get into it. Yeah, exactly. And I was fortunate that wasn't going on that server yet. It ended up happening later. But like by then I had already gone, you know what, it's just, I'm not willing to do the time commitment anymore. This is well past anything that is remotely reasonable. I'm gonna have to organize all these later because I keep running out of space. And then when I run out of space, the stuff expands into new boxes. I don't think I'd be able to finish these axes before it hits too dark for me to do them anymore. Oh, no, we did get them done. Oh, that's a trash can. Don't put those in there. I was like, wow, how did I get space over here? Why did the rabbit turn into a lamb when it rotted? Alright. Interesting. Let's just not look at it too directly, and it'll all be okay, I think. I can drop the garbage bag in here. So one on the back. 1, 2, 3 in here. Why am I so overburned? Ah, because I have more than I thought. Drop one of those back out. That's roughly what I've been carrying. Oh, I think literally I just have so much other food and all that. We can eat all those cherries and not overfill ourselves. And they rot super fast. It was a lamb that got polymorphed into a rabbit. Serves it right. Should have known better. You're way overweight still. Let's toss the bowl in there. Now let's cut it down to 2 axes. Yeah, so you're like right on the fence of not overweight. That's fine. Oh, it's boredom gauge. That's fine. Okay, so we can carve those long planks into spears. You're already up? Oh. How am I suddenly under? Gonna tap out for the night? Thank you for the stream, the company? No problem. You sleep well and all that good stuff. Alright. Now I can actually see a bit. Let's try and get over here. Get back to our crafting stuff. So you don't have those over here. We had the things here. Let's grab those or the long sticks. You can pop over here. Do I not have my knives here? I thought I had a couple of knives in here. Alright, whatever. Maybe I have to have the knife on my person, not just sitting in a box. So let's go into where we've got these. Grab you. I'll bring these over there. So tree branches, broken long stick. How can I tell it to do the other one? Okay. Let's go ahead and make a bunch of stakes out of broken long sticks for right now. Oh, well, that's not what you want. Where's the broken long sticks? Because I want to save the branches for our stuff. Yeah, we can grab this. And go down here from our broken long sticks. Alright, get away from that box. You know what? It's fine. Burn the one branch. It's fine. I'm basically just trying to get that carving skill up. Even though these stakes are utterly worthless. You could use 4 of them to help you make a tent. But that's about their only value. As a weapon they last like 2 hits and then they're broken, and so what's even the point? Alright, so that should clear some of this out. We can drop all these in here. Drop the knife in there. We're good with all those. Any more crafting stuff we have? So it's the tree branches. I don't want to use the tree branches for that. We can actually make another axe. We'll go ahead and do that. We can also twist more rope. Not going to bar with that. I got plenty of rope. Okay, if I put this in my other bag, what's the weight at? Okay, so we are under. Okay, that's fine. That cost us some time this morning, but that's okay. Cool. Alright, so we got that going. Let's check on the sheep real fast. I haven't been keeping up with that. It's going to be good to keep an eye on that. Let's also look at the crops, just see if we see anything that isn't dead. Oh, those two are actually showing as, like, destroyed terrain and all that. Let's go and get rid of the ones that are clearly, like, smashed dead. Animal info, well fed, not thirsty, healthy and all that. And the feed is doing just fine. We've not had rain in a little while. Where's our other one? There you go. Healthy column, okay. Cool, that's still fine. Alright. Let's get moving. Well, still good as an axe. Same 2 hits? Probably. Honestly, just chuck that on the ground for right now. We'll come back for it. Okay. Yeah, no, it's the same thing of just trying to get those skills going. They're just taking their sweet time. Yeah, carving's coming... And honestly, we're getting relatively close to gaining our first level in carpentry, which will be nice. I actually have a book for carpentry, too, we found off... I don't remember. Oh, we found it in, I think, the first house. I don't really care about the weather today. The helicopter is ineligible to come yet. We had it too recently, so I just don't even need to worry about it. But yes, we're doing relatively okay on our profession stuff. Our napping is only about half. It's almost. It's literally exactly. No, that's not true. It's not halfway. It'd be 37.5. Is just about halfway to gaining level 1, which is nowhere near where I want it. I want it to be farther along, but it is what it is. The carving is about 2/3 the way to level 1. Cooking I don't care about. Carpentry is about to be level 1. Our fitness and strength are actually both getting pretty close to leveling. Our foraging is getting very close to leveling, which will be nice because you do have different things you can find based on your levels. And I think as level 5 is one of the first major tiers that you suddenly start finding a lot better stuff. Not suddenly, you still get those same loot tables, but there's additional options on that loot table that are better. It'll also be really big when we finally get a car. When I finally get a car, I can drive from the base and not have to cut across these fields every morning. And we can drive to where we need to go back and forth until we get low on gas, and then that's a matter of how fast... Like, what I'll probably do is if we actually get to the point where I have a generator, then immediately our priority changes to going, what do I need to do to, like, where's the nearest gas station? And we start campaigning to secure it. Because once I have a generator, I'm going to want gas. And if I can secure the gas station, then that means I have one of the most important resources for actually using a car long term. Alright, so let's see if we can't manage today. We've got, I think, 3 or 4 axes on us. We should be able to put a pretty good dent, if not, get into that construction site, see what's there. With that sorted out, we'd have that cleared out. Then we have to choose our next target for buildings to go check out for loot. Actually, where would I want to go next for loot? So, this is our target right now. We've already cleared out all that up there. This is a barn. I don't expect to find some. We got buildings up here. This is, I think, where town is starting to be at. No. This is that reserve area that's got a bajillion zombies at it, but also has animals that. I would be curious to check that out. That would be a major fight to get in there. We also had a town over here to the left. I'm assuming this road goes down to it somehow, like either this way or down like that, or maybe straight over and down. So that town could be a thing. This town up here is a pretty big hike. I'd want to check that and see if we can't score a car first. These didn't have anything we care about. We already peeked inside. It was just produce. I don't, for the life of me, remember what these were about. They marked something. I'm going to assume pigs. This is a barracks. We checked the... Actually, before I forget. Yeah, that was a barracks. We checked that building and that building, but we did not get a chance to check the others because of helicopter. Could take this off. Just because I always have people ask me a bunch more of, like, why my hands hurt. Alright. But yeah, when we get a car, things change a lot. Because then I don't lose that in-game hour or two. Is that a mouse right beside you? No, it's a rabbit. Because then we don't lose like an in-game hour or two or just walking back and forth. I didn't check. What was the stats on these? So that's actually a relatively insulation. Oh, run speed modifier? Discomfort? Okay, so these actually penalize my run speed. Combat speed modifier, they have the tiniest one. I probably don't want to keep those. Even though they get, like, the defense I don't care about. I was mostly doing it just, like, memeing that, like, my character looks kind of silly wearing all, like, the pads and all that. So what I might, and actually, those actually weigh a decent amount. So those are cutting into, between the 4 of them. Those are, yeah, we were literally getting the, a little uncomfortable from it, too. Those are almost taking away a full unit of carry weight. Yeah, so I need to ditch those at home. I'm gonna keep them just because, just not wear them. I didn't pay attention to that. Like, the run speed modifier, I don't care about. The discomfort, I don't care about. But that combat speed, even if it is just a tiny penalty, does matter. Anything that hurts your combat ability puts you at higher risk of getting bitten. Yeah, so it took us about, like, an in-game... Well, actually, we're not quite there. So yeah, it'll be almost 2 in-game hours. Hike back and forth. And we could jog, but then we burn our endurance before we even get to the fight, and that just becomes more of a hassle, too. Oh, they're starting to move. They might be triggering, migration or redistribution or whatever. Because they didn't see or hear me, and they were closing across there. Gotta be a little careful. Alright, we already broke that one. Have the broken stick. Let's move to the field side, just so I have the open visibility. I'll kill this one lone zombie real fast. Then we'll rest till we're all cozied up, and we'll see what we got to do to get into that construction site. All right. Yeah, so I still got a bunch of zombies over here. A bunch of random scattered ones. I'm going back and forth on, like, after we hit the construction site for the next target, I'm torn on whether or not we're pushing for the whatever that animal site is. Because that point of interest was very thick with zombies, so I think that's a pretty long fight. At the same time, the town is as well. But I have no idea what to expect loot-wise from the animal thing. It could be good, it could be absolutely terrible. Like, the animals might be the loot, which, you know, I guess fair enough. But, you know, the town will have probably a wider range of loot. All right. Just rest up till you can recover, grab the next couple. Alright, so the muscle strain isn't going to fully recover unless I rest longer, so we are going to deal with some back and forth in the muscle strain. It does make me wonder if we get to, like, a tool store and I get a bunch of, like, claw hammers and that, if for a short while we'll be just really, really strong. And then we'll go back to dealing with this. Like, I wonder if getting, like, real weapons again, like, how it'll feel by comparison. Because it's usually one of those things you notice in these runs, is once you stop being weapon-starved, it gets wild. Because usually the thing around 3-4 maintenance in the old version, you're usually set. Alright, so I got the Mason's Trowel. We got 2 of those last time. I didn't get a chance to use any of them. So that's one rally group killed. Still got the one by that storage container, though. was really kind of hoping that muscle strain would let off. Guess he went harder on that stick than I thought. Okay. So we're no longer in pain. That's good. Oh, the water bottle stayed in my inventory. Get back in there. Alright, next group. Little by little. Just little by little we chip away, and that'll be the second rally group. And I don't know, we haven't seen behind there to see if there's like another rally group on the other side of the building yet. There's a good chance there will be. Alright, next stacks. Gold rings are useless? Yeah. I mean, unless something new came up with them. But I don't think so. Like, we only recently got smelting and all that, and in real life, though, you would only use gold stuff for, like, you know, electronics and all that, and I don't think you're making a decent electronic in your stone-based forge by banging a hammer on it. So I'd imagine it's only stuff like iron and steel and that you'd probably care about. Maybe copper. For like copper pipe or something like that. Yeah, now jewelry's a vanity thing. Alright, so we're still got pain and lots of it. Alright. Basically, the way I'm pulling is I'm just going up till literally any of them notice me, and then I back off and I let them hustle over here. Would be cool if you could make them into stuff for trading NPCs. I've kind of said that for me, I am really, really, really hoping NPCs aren't something where they give you like daily quests or they're trade partners or anything like that. Honestly, that would be an incredible letdown for me, that if that was the route they went, I would just turn them off and never mess with them again. Like, I don't... because that changes the entire vibe of Project Zomboid. I would rather they're just other people trying to survive as well. I don't want them to immediately open up where they just assault you randomly, because that's also not really realistic or reasonable or anything. Like, gameplay-wise, it's not really a fun or interesting mechanic. I'd rather you have, like, that tension of you don't really know what they're about. You go into a place where they're at, they might tell you to get the heck out. And if you don't, maybe not, they get violent towards you. Like, that's the coin flip, that's the gamble. No slingshot? No. The only ranged weapons, to my knowledge, are guns. Eventually, we're expected to have bows or something else. But to this point, nope. I bet my life they're gonna be trade partners. Like I said, I would be very disappointed by that. Like, it wouldn't be the end of the world or something like that. It's just, to me, that's the lazy way you make NPCs. You just have them basically take the point where they're just a thing you click on and go, I give you thing, you give me thing. Or like have like the reputation system where you're like, go do this thing for me, and I will get 10 reputation points. And you can exchange these 10 reputation points to like have me follow you or have me get you an item or whatever. Those are fine systems, but they're boring systems. They've been done like a bajillion times. And I like that Project Zomboid doesn't just jump on the bandwagon with what everyone else is doing. I like its uniqueness. But you've grown very accustomed to other living survivors being implied but never seen in single player? Yeah. So I'd almost feel like it should be kind of like that, except every once in a while you might just see like the woman in the red, woman in the red outfit. You might see her pop out of a gas station and wander off, and you don't really see where she goes. And eventually you might go, oh, well, there's this gas station over there that's boarded up. That must be where she lives. And, it's not that, like, you're buddy-buddy or you kind of have, like, this tenuous, you've been around each other, right, enough that there's not that whole open, I don't know about this person anymore, and that kind of thing. And so you just kind of see each other around. So you'll have those random things where you're like, oh man, I'm going to go loot that grocery store tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. And then you get there and it's already been picked clean because you come to realize that other person in town already went after it. Oh, new magazine. And so then you get the choice, like, how desperate am I? Am I going to be the bad person who goes out there and, I'm getting kind of desperate and hungry, and I know this other person took stuff and I know where she lives? Do I be that person who goes and raids her bases and turns things hostile? Because I'm down for them absolutely defending themselves. I'm also down them for just not being friendly and all that. Like I said, you go into some place they're looting and you pop in and they say, get the hell out. And you don't get long to comply. If you start looting a bunch of stuff or start being hostile to them or point a weapon at them, they immediately just throw down. Or run off, because I do think it should be one of those things you don't really know that maybe you can push your luck and they will back out, but you don't really know that. So there is that uncertainty. I think the uncertainty is what makes it more interesting. You could also have people who you show up, and they just kind of grab the one last two things they're gonna grab, and they just go that they want to kind of stay away because they don't know what you're about. Like, I think it'd be good to have a bunch of different dispositions of the people. Because I feel like it'd almost be like a fun mystery that you find out there's this other person in town with you somewhere, and you're like, okay, what's the deal with this person? Where are they staying? Like, is this someone I gotta, is this someone who's gonna be a problem? Again, not that they're going. I mean, I'd even be okay if they could, go to your base and maybe steal something from you. The only thing I want to avoid is that it doesn't turn the game into this like super arcadey thing where they're a raider and they immediately pop in and they start shooting guns a-blazing. Because if you've ever done Project Zomboid with PvP, it's not good. It pretty much is who hit the other one first. As long as they don't run out of stamina, they just keep stunning you until it's over. It's real clunky. And it would be weird to have them move at a very, very slow speed. I was skeptical they could really do NPCs right. I think they could. I do feel like NPC combat is probably going to be not amazing. Oh yeah, no, it's impossible. If they do the kind of thing I'm talking about, there's going to be a whole bunch of people who want to rebuild society-style playstyle who are going to be incredibly disappointed, because it's not that. At the same time, if they do go the route of, like, rebuild society, then I'm probably going to be pretty unhappy about it myself, because I've played that game. It's called State of Decay. It's a lovely game. I highly recommend it. But I played that story. I like that Project Zomboid is not that. So I've got plaster. Let's go in the other way. Bunch of paint, a plank. Zombies walking around right now. I hear walking around. I can't tell if it's in the floor above me. I think it's right here. But I can't see what's really going on with this room. Oh, I see the design of the room now. Was that like just a little closet? I hate it. One moment. Alright, so it's a little closet, and I think the zombie's inside the little closet. If not the little closet, it's over here. Let's see if we can't get him to come out by smashing a zombie inside the house nearby. Cool. Alright, well. Get over here. If you fall down fast, I might be able to finish you. Cool. I already messed you up a lot. Alright, so I should be heading back now, but I'm going to push it a little bit longer. Because I don't think the floor 2's even there yet. Alright, we're going to go in. If it's going to be dark or trouble, we're moving on. It's going to be relatively fine. We can check that last room or two. It's got those, what is it, 6 boxes over there. We've got the closet. Hello, key to this place is probably useless. Rubber hose we already have. Alright, so we got some goodies in here. Okay, so you can't loot those. Yeah, no, the thing is, if the raiders get guns, then you've completely broken the entire balance of combat in the game. Don't do that. Because you always have the risk of popping in the wrong door and just hearing a gun go off. And your run's basically over. And right now, that's just not how Project Zomboid works. So, you play everything like it's arcade game at that point. Don't mind me, lady. I'm just gonna go do my own thing. Alright. Yeah, let me see that. I think it's probably the most important thing that largely function outside the player's influence. I feel like part of the game's draw is that you're dwarfed by the overwhelming presence of the world and you don't feel like the hero or protagonist. Exactly. Looks like first aid would become useful. Well, the problem is, again, you get tapped by a gun, you get a neck hit, and your run's over. And it's just the whole big thing. So there's gonna be a lot of those things that it's just they would have to really limit the NPCs if they're gonna be hostile. On the other hand, if it is those things that I, as the player, have to initiate combat, like whether it is through actually initiating directly or by behaving in a way that would require the person to fight back, like say I go and I ransack their base and they're not home, you know, there'd be kind of the idea that if you got spotted doing it, then that NPC would be free game, like that you would be free game for that NPC to openly be hostile to you. And if that means you get shot, you as the player did initiate the actions that did that. And like that's a choice you can make, especially if you're playing in pretty ridiculous settings that you're getting pretty desperate. You mean this? I mean, if you artificially limit what the NPCs can hit, I don't know. I would feel like that would feel weird. It still kind of has the same problem though, that in combat you get knocked down and stun locked when you get hit by another character. And maybe they do away with that, but then it'd start getting really weird when you start slapping them, and it's kind of a thing. For me, I don't want it to be one of those things that there's just, oh yeah, what's this person? Evil. What do they do? Murder. What do they do? Kill. Like, cool, so they're just a zombie that you gave a gun. Neat. That's boring. Try again. Like, you literally just created a zombie with a gun at that point. I like the idea of them having their own motivations, because that's, when you've heard them talking about in the past, that's kind of one of the things that they were talking about, was they wanted the NPCs to kind of have a story. And it's just kind of one of those things that, like, the NPC would have a motivation. Like, you have, like, the one NPC is separated from their family when the zombie apocalypse kicks off. They're down in Muldrow, and they really want to make it over to Ekron. And so they need to, like, they'll be in town in Muldrow for a while, getting some supplies, getting some stuff together. And then they'll try to make their way to Ekron. Maybe, maybe not, they succeed. And all that kind of stuff. And you get the idea. And there'll be a whole bunch of ones with different motivations. And you can go, but criminals are probably not nice people. Right, but my point is, from a gameplay mechanic, I find it very tedious and boring when all the enemies are like, oh, it's that guy, and just start shooting. Because there's very, 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 very few people in the real world who the first thing they do when they see someone they don't know is pull out their gun and start blasting. And usually people like that won't last long anyways. For a whole mess of reasons, they can run out of resources. They don't have the guns to start blasting because 2 seconds went by and they've been blasting anytime they saw something. You know, zombie apocalypse, overwhelmed. if we do get into, like, there's a bunch of people around, generally the person who's abrasive and all that doesn't usually last very long in those survival situations, because people don't work with the person who's awful. It's Kentucky? Yeah, but this isn't our Kentucky. This is Project Zomboid Kentucky, where not very many people have guns. They do have them. There's not none. But it isn't real world Kentucky where every third house has like an arsenal in the basement. But you get the idea. I would want it to be that, like, I'm down for them being hostile, that they'd be like, hey, leave your stuff. And you have that decision you can make where you leave your stuff or you push your luck. You know, maybe you go hostile to them, maybe you try to run, and it is one of those things. If NPCs aren't generated with guns, it's unlikely they'll get them anyways. Yeah, but the point is if they can get it, then you're talking about death to RNG. Doesn't it make them more likely to have guns and raid people? Assuming they have it. Again, if they're popping off firing their guns at everyone they see, they won't have ammo. Limited resource. But yeah, so my whole point is I don't want Project Zomboid to come into some little arcadey game where you go around and you have to immediately assume every other NPC you see is hostile because it's very likely they blast and ask questions later. Because that's boring. It's actually one of the NPCs that frustrate me with State of Decay 2, even though they're perfectly easy to handle. Just, oh, that house, that's the murder house. That's where they cannibal. It's like, cool, I see you found your boring, old, tried, and, you know, like, your exhausted and boring zombie tropes that everyone's a cannibal, you know, dealing with a situation where you have a human-born infectious disease that would be highly virile, and the fastest way to get it would be to eat other people. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, people being, like, the most dangerous thing you could hunt right now. So I just don't want it to be another just fall into the tropes, because that's one of the things I appreciate about Project Zomboid. We were talking about earlier. They don't do the special infected. They don't do all the other things that every single game with zombies on computers these days have. So it's like, weirdly, by not doing that, it differentiates them, and it makes it more interesting to me. It makes it more compelling. But yeah, and by and large, we're talking about the people who survive the zombie apocalypse. The vast majority of them are going to be like, what happened to my loved one? What happened to my friend? You know, I just want to get out of here. You know, they're not going to be like, ah, here, let me get my one leg up. Because, you know, you're trapped in an area where supposedly the military has locked you in. You know, they got orders shoot to kill if you try and leave. Why does 8 fitness and 5 axe feel terrible endurance? Because axes are terrible for endurance. Like, specifically, axes are terrible for endurance. That is their negative. They are literally the worst weapon in the game for endurance. They're designed for you to go up to a zombie, slap it, make it dead, and then go hack up a lung. And fitness primarily applies to the speed you recover. Let's put the pliers away. Let's put that saw away. Put this away. I'm putting all these on the ground. I was like, man, I'm really impressed by the storage space I have right now. I'm really surprised that we're able to put more down here. Oh, right. It's the floor. The planks I meant to put on the floor. Oh, so weapons right now? I think I haven't gotten to thoroughly test everything. My guess, snooze the ad real fast. I'm not sure. Okay, we did get in time. My guess of what weapons are going to be the ones to shine right now is I'm going to guess short blunt is going to be like the sweet weapon category for the early to mid game. Most of those are relatively light, which means very, very low exertion, and it means very, very, very low muscle fatigue, because your muscle fatigue is, you know, contributed to by weight. And also, for as much as you're going to need your flashlights and all that running around, they're all one-handed, so you can have the flashlight and the weapon without penalty. Whereas, like, your long, blunt weapons, and you put a crowbar one-handed, rip your muscle strain, because it's going to be horrific, and all that stuff. Yeah, no, I could also see long blade shining just by the fact that long blade has always been very strong in the damage department. But yeah, I'm guessing it's going to be probably short blunt that's going to be the big one. Short blade I could see. It has some pretty significant drawbacks. For the record, short blade is my favorite weapon category historically. Did they change the TV show's times? I have no idea because I deliberately don't bother with the TV show, not because of, like, any type of, oh, that's free points. I literally see it as a bad strategy to go after the TV shows. Because you can be busy doing just about anything else. Because most of those levels are really, really good for that. You still think axes have an edge? Oh, interesting. I mean, early game, the stone axe is pretty solid. Like, it's not a bad weapon. Okay, so we have a lot more stuff we can make now we have the planks, but I don't want to make those yet. Yeah. I wonder, like, so stone axe has actually kind of got a buff. I wonder if they will get some type of side nerf or something like that. So, like, not like a straight up just penalize the damage kind of nerf, but like, you know, something that the durability isn't amazing or whatever. Okay, so that's fine for right now. How many is in a rally group? I think, I can't remember what they are now, but it's like 16 or 18, something like that. That's basically how many zombies you see, like, in a group of zombies. Yeah, I think it did get bumped up to 20. I think you're right. How am I doing on time, by the way? Oh. Alright, let's not go super long tonight. You're not killing 20 anymore with strain? You can when you get really high stats. Like, it's mostly when you get really high weapon skills. Severe thunderstorm warning in 4 days. But yeah, no, you're not... I mean, you can still do it, it's just going to be pretty spent. But yeah, no, muscle strain's not a big deal once you start getting 5, 6, 7... there. It's... like, strain genuinely seems to just kind of drop off around weapon 3 to 5. Depending on the weapon category and all that. Heavier weapons, it takes longer to drop off than other ones. But, with that said, chat, normally it go a little bit longer, but the way I'm looking at it, it's normally wrap up in about 15 minutes. I push the ad break as far back, and I can only push it about 11 minutes. If we start another day, a day takes between 30 to 45 minutes. I did actually... let's do this real fast. Let's pop over here real quick to where we went to the other location. So we did actually check this building. I'm going to add a note that says plaster, files, etc. Because it didn't fully deplete it. But I grabbed the stuff that wasn't heavy that I'm like, okay, these are things I know I want. I could see going back there and scraping it up later. But with that said, Today is not like, normally I don't stream on Fridays and Thursdays. I say that even though I've been doing it a lot lately. I do think when we get back for the next stream, which will be tomorrow, and tomorrow's stream will be late, I don't know how by much. I am debating whether we're going up here to this refuge thing up there, or we're going and maybe pushing that town. I think going all the way down here to this probably isn't worth my time, because that's a really big hike, because this is forest here, so I gotta go around and over. So, very genuinely, that's like more than twice as far as this place or this place, for just 1 or 2 buildings. So instead I think we either cut this road, check out this town, work our way in, or this way. Both of those are going to be a pretty significant grind on the zombies, but we are starting to get the weapons to do that. With that said, if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be going down suddenly because I need to have 1,000 subscribers before I can host, which is their equivalent to rating over there. I don't have that, so I can't do it. So I will go ahead and drop that off, but don't forget to subscribe if you have enjoyed the content. And for those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to put up my ending stream screen, and I'm going to see who we can find to drop a cheeky little raid on.